So, previously on Raiders of Novus, you continued your revelry for the evening after a win in the Dimensional Library. A much needed and welcome surprise of an old friend coming back to join the party after being gone for just 3 days. Garen was a sight for sore eyes. You partied on into the night, bar hopping, smoking, watching Zanladir and Count Majestic enjoy themselves. You finally got some much needed rest and leveled up to level 14. Some significant shopping took place, much to the dismay of one of us here. Traveling to Tel Noro to fence an item, Blackstar and Darrow spoke to each other in Thieves' Cant. Garen gave out a few stones. Some dice were rolled, preparations were made, you bought some more uses of the chalk. You left the puddle jumper with the Raiders of Alisnarian, along with the goop and the taking care of the Griffin situation. You accepted the invitation to teleport to Nix Ruinam as your means of travel. So that is where we pick back up. You've just teleported to a floating platform suspended by cables in the middle of a great hall with halls and balconies around the outside edge of this primarily white marble stone building. And for Xander, a sense of cold, a sense of home, and a sense of comfort kind of washes over him. Green glass doors lie before you, down below you, kind of the exit to this building. And a voice is heard from below. And this is one of two theme songs for Nix Ruinam. And so, as the platform begins to slowly descend from the ceiling, the voice from below, a woman, greets you as the platform slowly comes to a halt at the bottom. The crossbowmen around the outside balconies of this building still trained on your position. And the woman you see has silver and black hair, a clouded left eye, and a dark button-down coat that's kind of up over her shoulders. And on the cloak itself, which is very dark, you see slowly moving constellations on the cloak itself. Xander, you know this to be Rectora Mariah Sarmiento. Or Maria. Maria is
or Maria.
It's
what to do with like a girl like
Maria.
Maria.
Motions
Mariah?
for the
Sure.
for the guards to put down their bows. Ah, it's you.
Hello.
Welcome home, Xander.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the warm welcome.
And she kind of looks around your shoulder a bit to the rest of the group. And
these
yes.
are my friends. Yeah, I've been gone for a number of months now, and I know Louise came back. I don't know if you heard. Do you hear about that? But there's been a number of things that have gone on since I left. But these are my friends, and I will introduce everybody briefly.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I am Rectora Maria Sarmiento. You may call me Maria, or the Rectora, however you should choose to be formal or not. I'm in charge of most of the Hyperborean University, with the exception of the trial and the overseeing of it. It is interesting that you were granted access to teleport here, Xander. I guess that was your gift, parting gift. Word has reached us that as of yesterday, you've completed what they claim to be the hardest trial of the Sagacious Circuit.
Yeah. We did finish the trial in Alisnarian. And with that came a lot of benefits, access to certain teleportation circles we may not have had access to before. And so, in the interest of time, because there has been a lot of moving pieces in our current political state of the world, but also kind of more on the survival of the world, We, in the interest of time, we've chosen to teleport here instead of using our normal means of transportation.
Well, I'm all about efficiency, and I can appreciate your choosing of this method of travel. Are you intending on immediately going to Headmaster Voltaire to apply for the next trial, or are you looking to show your friends the sights?
I was thinking about probably going home first and showing them around a little bit. Like I said, in the interest of time and with the way things have gone, I'm going to be applying for the trial very soon, but everything has been one thing after another, so I would just like to see my folks. If you think that's okay, would that change my consideration in the trial at all?
Well, you are the applicant. It's not up to me. It's up to Headmaster Voltaire. But I think the assumption is that your application is forthcoming, and he is expecting it. So, whichever you choose. There is no time limit. There is no waiting for something. Other groups. This isn't a competition like the one in Alisnarian. So, you can take as long as you need. I can't think of any other reason why you would want to get this done sooner rather than later.
Well, yeah. I mean, we'll be doing it sooner rather than later, but it would be nice to go and see my folks first and show them around a little bit before I go on to some other death-defying journey or trick that we've found ourselves on for the past number of months.
Yes, of course. Issa has filled me in on all of the details she's been able to collect about your various escapades. So please step down from the platform. The glass doors are there. You know your way. I have other business to attend to. I just have to, when someone's incoming, I have to ensure that they're received, and consider yourselves received. Welcome to Nix Ruinam. Those of you who have not been here before, I see you're all dressed somewhat appropriately. Looking towards Garen.
I have this vest. They
you've
tried to give me sleeves. It just wasn't working out.
There are parts
His
of
arms
the
are
year.
too big.
There are parts of the year where it is a bit more temperate here. This is not one of those parts of the year. It is quite chilly outside. So we're supposed to have better weather tomorrow, but who knows? No offense, Xander, but divination in regards to weather isn't always something that's told correctly. I'll stop talking now. I have, like I said, paperwork to do. Enjoy yourselves. Don't go wandering throughout the university unless you're looking for your sister, and otherwise, have a good day.
Well,
unless you're looking, is there something I can help you with, or you know where you're going?
I think I'm just gonna head home first, and we'll see what happens from there.
Very good. All right. She kind of like curtsies or bows a little bit to the rest of you, and then turns heel and walks down one of the doorways and out.
Okay. Well, everyone, welcome.
So now we get to meet Mama Xander.
Yes, you do go get to meet Mama Xander.
Well, what's the decorum like?
What
Do you have the small forks and spoons in addition to regular size cutlery, or?
My life is very similar to how we were treated in Alisnarian, except I went through it for about 19 years now. So
one of the guards up on top of the balcony, who's been silent this whole time, kind of waves down and shouts out, which echoes slightly, speaking out louder than he was intending to. Hey, Xander! Xander.
Hello!
Kind of sheepishly backs away from the balcony and goes back to his post.
Do you have fans?
Are you famous?
I mean,
Or
he's
not
from one of
to
the big houses around here.
All right, come on, let's go. Let's. I'm eager to look around. I'm eager to get home. Let's do this.
You push out through
Which one do you want to do first? Because you know when you go home, you ain't leaving for a while.
That's a good point. I mean, does anybody have anything they would like to do or see? That is anybody curious about anything? I mean, I'll just show you the whole city if that's the goal. But like, do we need anything from here? I know a good magic shop. My dad has this one smith that he swears by, like does the best stuff in the city. I mean, there's a bunch of good places to eat. Are we hungry? I mean, we'll have depending on if we do the trial tonight or not. I mean, we'll have a place to sleep. So
Where?
Maria actually returns back from the hallway from which she disappeared and like walks back up to you. It's been like 60 seconds. So, I sent a message to your mother, and she had instructed me to let her know that when you arrived, because she knew you were coming. And she told me to tell you where a few people are. Most of your family is at home at the Adavino estate, and that's where your mother is. And your father is at the his place in Howler's Rest, and your sister Issa is here in her study. So if you were looking for anyone in particular, just in case you were wandering and wanting to know where they were.
I actually meant to ask you that before you left, but I got a little shy. I did. I
Not much has changed, it looks like. Yes.
He's adorable.
That's what they say.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go see Issa. I want. Yeah, where's Issa's study?
Oh, well, I'm assuming you've been there before. But it's you're right.
Me.
It's been moved a few doors down. She's been upgraded as she's been a researcher for some time now. So, yes, just up the spiral staircase that wraps around, up the hallway to the left, and then your first right down that hallway. It's the third door on the right.
Thank goodness I have a keen mind. Thank you very much, and I will gesture for everybody else to follow me.
Okay.
There's very clearly a pep in my step.
Do you ever feel so, what's the word, trivial, because all the people you grew up knowing are still here doing amazing magic things, and you're forced to, roam the world righting wrongs for a pittance of what they might earn, and all their noble lineage stuff, and the silver spoons. I mean, do you ever just feel like you got the real short end of the stick?
No. I mean, my family's lineage is to help the world. And what kind of person would I be if I weren't willing to help everybody?
Well, you'd be just like everyone else here.
Well, who says I want to be like everyone else here?
I love that attitude, Xander. You should embody that. When you get famous enough and people write stories about you, I hope they capture this part and don't make you seem like some sort of weenie who protests at every turn and really just wanted to go home and sit in a bath or something.
What?
Just saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, that's an odd line of thinking, Blackstar. Besides, the boy can see the future, and he saved the world from at least one idiot. And I raise an eyebrow at Blackstar.
If
I think he's doing fine.
a few years ago, if I could have seen the future, I would just make myself more rich. So, Xander, you're pretty impressive.
I don't need any more than I have.
That's not true at all. A lot of people need a lot more than they have, and you just don't realize you need it.
Well, I didn't. But I'm not a lot of other people. I'm me. We're walking up the
It's
spiral staircase now.
so
Mhm.
irritating.
To be fair, we lost a lot of money a few weeks ago, a few days ago, with the whole bag incident.
I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's frustrating to lose money, but like, I don't know. I've got what I need.
That's
You
a
notice
good attitude.
he's a little more positive now that he's home.
Yeah.
You take the 1st
I'm
left.
glad to hear that.
Okay.
So,
first-
Xander, this sister of yours, is she older, younger?
older. She's the oldest of the
Ah.
of the 6 of us.
Man,
How
we're
old
not
are we
losing
talking?
any timers here.
She's 26.
She's 27
Does she
now.
look like you at all?
Bit
I
young.
mean, what did Louise look like me? I mean, we're siblings, but like, that's like a thing, you know.
Perfect copy of you.
I mean,
One,
y'all look
terrible
like
shot.
family.
two, third door. Was it
No,
the third
Louise
door?
was the hot one. So
That's true.
Right, Louis was the hot one.
Louise was a smoke show who was totally aloof.
you take
Yeah.
that
It's the
take
best kind of smoke show.
that first right-hand turn, and you approach
Her
the 3rd door
office.
on the right.
Is right here, and I will knock very normally and politely, but Xander's kind of on his toes right now.
Just bouncing a
He's
little bit.
bouncing
Mhm.
a little bit.
Come in.
Okay. He opens the door, gives her a chance to see him. Did you have a good day today?
What? she like startled, like immediately turns. What do they see? What is Issa look like?
Yeah, so Issa is the eldest of the family at this point. She is a little taller than Xander is. I have Xander, I think, at 5'8" on D&D Beyond. But she's a little taller than Xander is, has long brown hair down to about like the middle of her back. And she's dressed up in Hyperborean University like robes. She's been a researcher there for a number of years now. She's got like blue eyes, freckles over the bridge of her nose, and similar color skin to Xander does.
She turns quickly and like startled, like she started to say, "Did you have a good day today?" As you were saying it, like halfway through, she looks and she frowns for a bit and like scowls at you and still sits with her her quill like mid writing the word she was writing, and she just kind of scowls at you and then immediately throws it into the inkwell and jumps up and runs towards the door, ignoring anybody who's standing behind you, and she just wraps her arms around you.
Yeah, big hug.
And
Big
she
hug.
like she picks
Jumping
you
around
up,
in circles,
She picks
kinda.
you up off the floor and like swings you around and places you inside. Her back now to the door, not at all caring who's behind her. Let me look at you. Oh, you've grown up. She grabs onto your cheeks. Did you have a good day today?
Oh, it's a lot better now that I'm home. But
Oh.
yeah, actually, between yesterday and today, it's been pretty great.
Hold on. And she like grabs onto your hands and like rolls up your sleeves and like looks at your arms a little bit and then like takes the top of your cloak and kind of pulls it back. No bruises. You've remained remarkably unmarred. How did you do that?
It's crazy what a long rest will do for a person.
I mean, she didn't see me raise my hand, but Garrett raised his hand.
It's only been a few months, but it feels like much longer.
Oh my goodness, I
Huh.
need to catch you up on
And she
everything.
turns around. And these are your friends, I assume?
Let's not get
Oh.
hasty.
Oh, what friends.
That ma'am.
Yes,
Tips his hat.
yes. These are my friends.
I protect Xander.
Has he eaten today?
He actually stopped eating like a week ago.
It's not true. I didn't do that.
Oh,
He's going on a
Don't
diet to
worry
look
about
like
this
this one, and I'll point at Brazier.
she was like half ready to give you kind of like a backhand on the shoulder and then stops herself, and she just kind of chuckles for a second. Xander always had trouble remembering to eat.
How do you
That is
forget
true.
to eat?
Actually,
Exactly.
what other sort of embarrassing tidbits do you have about Xander?
Oh, I have
we
so
don't
many.
Really,
But really, isn't he? Well, I hesitate to say this, Xander. It's been so long. Isn't he just an embarrassment unto himself?
In general, oh God, Xander, I
Your
like
sisters.
I like this one. You and I should have dinner and talk about his embarrassments.
no, don't.
You can
no.
become Xander. It's fine. In
This-
fact, everyone should come.
This is Black
That
Star.
sounds like a fun idea.
I'll
Thank
always have
you.
dinner.
Well,
Black Star is a
speaking of
very
dinner,
fine bard.
I'm very fine. That is an understatement. I'm one of the, if not the best now that, just has changed. But
He's getting there.
he is. He's gonna come back.
But really, Xander, you're looking stronger than ever before, and yet still far too skinny.
Mm.
And it's for that reason that our mother has prepared a dinner, a family dinner.
Oh, that's exciting and also terrifying.
She told
Is it where we
all
get
of
these
us.
stories?
Oh, I mean,
Would there be pictures?
Will I have to
Um,
eat with those tiny utensils?
yes.
Well, are all of your friends coming to the family? I suppose you consider these to be family to you? I mean,
Well, I think-
oh, so this is who has replaced me, Xander, and she winks at you.
No, yes,
100%,
Yes,
absolutely.
yes.
I'll lean into Black Star. I think I should be invited to family dinner.
Oh, I think they know about.
Well, hold on. I think that's for Xander to tell.
That's a
That's a bit
point.
much.
How much Garen doesn't understand what you're talking about. He forgot.
Does that
Oh.
mean
Daryl
everyone's
kicks a
gonna be
rock.
there? Like everyone?
Everyone. That's the plan. You've been gone for a while, and I mean, the reason you left was so you could try to get some legs under you. I always knew you had them, but everyone's kind of waiting to see what you've learned. They're waiting to hear from you. Oh, my apologies. I said, are these your friends? But I am Isabella. It was Isabel Adavino. And you are?
This is
Here, man.
Black Star.
Hello.
I'll gesture to each one. Razier, Garen,
Hmm.
Clovis,
Hmm.
who seemingly like replaced Louise in our group almost immediately.
Oh,
Um,
we're talking about
and
that. Okay.
Odd way to put it.
Very odd.
Okay.
just a
I
bit.
thought he's grown a little, but
And Darrow.
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 Popular name where he's from.
Darrow.
I can't wait
Names
till we get to the
sounds-
Adavino estate and there's like a hallway of portraits of
whole
like
thing.
that family things, and he's just there.
Garrow.
You. The name is so familiar.
I'll clasp her hands in mine. I have so much to catch you up on.
Well, just know that as soon as you do go home, that you're going to be inundated. Everyone is going to want to talk to you, and they'll all want to hear your stories. They'll all be asking you a million billion questions, and I'll just kind of have to be in the background as I always am. But I would love like an hour with you, just the two of us. I mean, I suppose your friends could come, but just be able to go sit on a bench somewhere, maybe up to the guard towers where we can overlook the city, up near the lake, like our old spot. I don't know if you've forgotten it, but
I mean, it hasn't been that long.
I know,
Yeah,
but
I
you've been.
I would love that.
But it feels like it's been a long time. So
It does. It does. I've quite literally lived a couple of different lifetimes since I've left.
Actually, it's interesting that you're here. She runs over to her desk and she just like rummages through like some of her drawers and pulls out like a giant folder, like leather bound, like wrapped in cordage, and kind of like undoes it, and some of the papers kind of spill out onto the floor. And she comes over and she like holds up a couple of bulletins of like news that would have been passed on from criers through various towns. I've had these sent to me. I've had apparently there's been artist renditions of your escapades. You are the Raiders of the Reclamation. Xander, your name. Well, I shouldn't. I know you don't like to talk about that. I won't. But you've done so much, and I just wanted you to know I'm so proud of you.
I mean, thank you. Hold on, and I'll take the binding from her.
Yeah.
This is all us?
You start flipping through it, and it's like not a complete accounting of everything that you've done, but there are the pictures that were sent to the Red King via the box that Blackstar had sent off, and those pictures are in there of the whole group. And there's a picture of Louise from before, and now Clovis is part of the group, and some of the titles are written, and some of them are wrong. Like, it's not the Raiders of the Reclamation, it's the Raiders of the Remembrance or something like that. There's a couple different misspellings and misnomers on things, and some of the details, just quickly glancing through it, are not entirely accurate. But she's like made her own cliff notes, and it looks like she's been very interested in trying, like, in the background, following along with what it is that you've been doing. And her notes reference your mother and her telling Issa what you've been doing.
This is incredible. Are there any wanted posters? Oh, there's got to be wanted posters in here.
No.
One Piece.
Not that I know of. But I've just been so excited. And you're all so well known now. Xander, we never expected this.
I mean, neither did I. When I started everything, I mean, I knew what I was doing. Like, I was going out to, see the world and get experience so that I can do the circuit. But I never thought that it would turn into what it has, to where I now have responsibilities outside of the circuit that I have to measure at an equal level of importance to the circuit. And there's like a lot more people than I thought are actually counting on us. And that's, I mean, when you grow up and, people are telling you it and you think it feels different than when you're actually out there seeing it,
As you're in the middle of saying this, she just like grabs onto your shoulders and pulls you in for another hug. As you're like hyping yourself up to be like, I'm mature now. I've got it going on. And she just like grabs you and just hugs you. And then she just kind of whispers to you, how are you really? I put an accent on there. There was no accent. Don't worry about that.
No, I wasn't worried about that. He's gonna tilt his head and look back at his friends.
We can talk somewhere else. Your friends can go enjoy the city, and you and I can just spend an hour or more here before you go back home. Or
We're able to explore city, no problem. Xander, get yourself some time. Let us know, and we'll meet up with you at your family. You should be allowed some time to yourself. Blackstar got some time by himself in Tel Noro. Who knows what he did? Right? We all get time.
Nothing illegal.
She pushes you away. You went to Tel Noro? Oh, right, you did go to Tel Noro.
Exactly.
Can't keep back
And I'll
in
start
peace.
shoving everybody out to give them.
You don't have to push.
I'll mouth a thank you to Darrow.
No
And
problem, kid.
I'll say, I mean, here, there's like a couple of different like taverns that you can stop at. But I mean, the city is your oyster. I'll, you know what? I'll send a message out to my mom, and she'll like it'll make like play a game of telephone like through the guards, and they'll just like know that you guys are walking around, and like it'll be fine. Everything will be taken care of. Just go enjoy yourselves.
This is how we end up with some sort of strange exotic pet following us. Games of telephone. I don't like that, Xander.
What I'm hearing, Black Star, is you could go to a bar and the tab would be covered.
No, I'm not going to drink here unless it's like milk. I need to go and
Milk.
yeah. Is there like a outreach center here? Like
Ooh, I heard you have this thing over here, like hot wine, warm wine.
Close it.
Like it's
Yeah, it's mold wine. Goodbye.
The door closes. And yeah.
So, do we want to cause a ruckus on one hand, or
no,
not cause a ruckus?
no ruckusing.
do we ever deliberately cause ruckuses, or do they
Yes.
just follow us?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
100% we
I
do.
wish we
Pretty
would
sure
stop.
I feel like
everything
they
we
just follow
do
us.
is deliberately.
Yeah, we know what we're doing.
So we'll come back to Xander in the room momentarily.
Yeah,
So
it's fine.
you exit down the hallway, back down the stairs, out through the green glass doors, and you are out into a, for lack of a better way of putting it, a winter wonderland. Not everything is completely 100% doused in snow, but the first thing that greets you is a beautifully manicured hedge garden. It's almost like a maze, but it's not like it's designed to be difficult to get through. It is a place where people could take walks. It is a walled-in area. You can see where you are on the map for those of you who are actually on Foundry. I'm not going to try to pronounce anything that's on this map, but it is that garden. There's a green tree, and I have points of interest turned on for you guys, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in, guys. I'm in.
It's-
I just had to
Hey!
delete my
Yeah.
entire. I had to turn off my internet security.
Aha,
What?
That's weird.
That's
with
reassuring.
Interesting.
AVG.
I tried to look at my Norton, but maybe I'll change the settings on my Norton.
Yeah,
Mm.
I didn't like
Is
delete
it-
my security. I just turned off my
Is
web
it-
security for a little bit.
Is it Jardín de la Ocho Sendas?
Hardin. The J is an
Hardin,
H.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hardin. Hardin.
No, it's
I don't-
it's jardin.
Jeez.
Hardin.
It just sounds.
No, wrong city.
Jardín de
Aggressive.
la Ocho Sendas.
Jardin.
Is that pretty close?
That's fine. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, there's a specific layout to the hedge maze that's here. There are a number of students that are kind of milling through the space. There are footprints in the snow. A lot of the snow has been cleared, but a lot of it has been left as it's the sound of crunching is all throughout and ever present throughout a lot of the city, as people are accustomed to walking in the snow, and their boots are made to endure constantly
For
being
walking.
walking through a wet environment like that. But it's a very
for walking.
crisp atmosphere because there's not a whole lot of humidity, but there's a slight breeze that kind of comes through, and it is cold. It's not so cold that you're worried about it, but it's like, oh, it's chilly out here. Okay. And there is a very nice magic shop / cafe where you see a large kind of outside pavilion with tables with umbrellas above them that are covered in snow as well, and so the tables are kind of protected. There's a lot of students that are sitting at some of these tables enjoying a hot beverage. There's a bit of steam coming out from one of the windows
Hot
off
toddy.
to the side, and it smells like beautifully baked bread throughout this entire massive courtyard that you're in right now. There is a giant library across from the Hyperborean University, and there are large towers extending from it and the university behind you. Within a relatively short period of time, Xander had sent the message, and it was distributed throughout all of the guard. And there are guards pretty much everywhere in this area of the city.
Yeah.
And so you're granted access to exit this courtyard and out into the city proper, and you are within the, is it Circulo de Pitonisa?
Círculo de Pitonisa.
It's gonna be so much fun
Circulo
listening to.
de Pitonisa. Okay, cool. You're in the rich neighborhood. This is the
Yeah.
largest estates, the largest, like very well manicured gardens. The trees that are here are luxuriant. There are fences around everything, but it isn't in any kind of gaudy way. Even though the architecture is primarily Gothic throughout most, if not all, of Nix Ruinam. But it isn't done in a distasteful way. It is a welcoming environment, and it is probably one of the most serene, peaceful sights you've seen, apart from Alice Narian, which had a very nice, peaceful environment to it as well. This is more country meets city, as opposed to Alice Narian, which was city. Was very very much so, and this is sprawling, and there's a slight taper to the ground all the way from the mountains backing this. And I should have described that first, actually, and I won't go too much further into the description, but as soon as you exited the university, you just see towering mountains that fill the entirety of the horizon in front of you. And several hundred feet up, there's like a cliffside with various like bits of not machinery, but things that are set up as like clockwork things that allow waterfalls to pour down from the lake that's above it, and towers that are up top that are managing the aqueducts that run throughout the city above you. It is a lot to take in, and I'll stop my description there. But there's a lot, but it's also serene at the same time. You weren't given a map, but you were told of several locations by Xander of where you might be able to go to. And as you think about where it is that you want to go, as you start to wander off perhaps towards a tavern or a shop, we'll return to the room with Xander. So, man, I'm almost lost for words to have you back. I've just been so busy with work. Mom's told me that you've done a lot of things, and I've been following it, but how are you?
Honestly, it's been hard. I mean, everything started all those months ago when I went out with Louise, and there's a lot of things in the papers that you don't know. Or unless Mom has told you, but
No.
I mean, I've made deals with beings that are not of this world.
Hadn't heard that. That's not in any of the records.
Yeah, that was probably the worst of it. But in a way, offered me certain things and advances that I'm not sure that I could have done on my own.
Well, I mean, you could do anything you want.
I mean, more so in terms of speeding up my process.
So, does that mean that you've decided that you want to be the Oracle? Not that you've been just handed it? Because otherwise, why would you have made the deals? You know what? I'll let you talk. I'm sorry.
I made the deals that I made to save the people that I was with, that I am with.
They mean a lot to you?
They do, for better or worse. Black Star's like an annoying older brother. Like if Louise talked more.
And was more handsome.
I'm exotic, thank you.
Razier's like a very wise. He's not a grandpa, but
He's the dead
Creepy
one, right?
uncle.
yeah, I didn't know that made it to the papers. He's totally dead. Like
he's
he's
the dead
totally
one.
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
no,
Hidden
he's
slide,
like
right?
he's like really dead. Like,
I'm surprised
I'm
he
talking-
passed the
defend
wards.
myself.
The wards for the city.
Yeah, no, I know.
How is he
I
here?
know. Well, it's all kind of connected to this thing that I was telling you about, this higher being thing.
But if
So-
he was really dead, though, he would have been completely
Well,
atomized as
I
soon as
mean-
he arrived.
I know, but he's alive.
They
Well,
did
like-
not warn Razier about that.
No, you just appear. You just appear at the
Just
other end of the
gone.
summoning circle. I'm just not there. Why did Razier's close the only thing that made through? What's going on?
It's a really weird situation. I mean, there's so much. I don't even know where to begin. I guess I'll start with there's this being called Variloth.
Okay.
Honestly, it feels bad saying his name.
Yeah, the name
it's
doesn't
like
sound
it's like
good.
yeah, it's like how everybody in those like fake wizarding books like say like Voldemort, like he who shall not be named kind of thing. Like it's just like it's not really like
A
I
name
don't
that
know, I don't-
shouldn't be said.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like whoever
And
named
so-
him should have done a much better job.
Right, yeah, exactly. But he's kind of like, oh my, I don't even know how to start with this without telling you the other piece of this. Oh my goodness, there's so much that I've learned, and I'm so excited to share it with you because you've taught me so much, and now I have a chance to teach you things.
Well, that I would love for that to be the case, Sander.
So, Variloth is from this like ancient race of peoples that were here before we were, and they're
Oh.
called the Veritas.
Oh.
Okay, you and I, are Veritas. It's like in our blood. It's a pretty crazy thing. I can even speak the language. Look, and I'll say a couple of words in Veritas.
Yes,
I learned this. It's real. It's real. I promise you, it's real. And Darrow married one of them.
Telling everybody's story.
Okay.
Oh no, I mean he's spilling the tea with his sister.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
I love it.
No,
Love it.
no, everyone will know.
Everyone. Everyone's getting out.
She is like she's been like kind of humoring you up to this point, and then as soon as you said that Darrow married one of them, she like it's like juicy gossip, and she just kind of like leans in and
Yeah, exactly.
and-
Yeah,
and
yeah,
she's
yeah.
like, okay. But I just have a question. I don't want to interrupt you because you're on a roll here. This Darrow looks really similar to one of the paintings in the house of one of our ancestors.
Oh, you're so close. You're so close. You're so close.
Um,
Take the leap. Take the leap.
is he our great 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 grandfather?
Yes, and that's the exact number of greats.
That's a lot for just like a couple hundred years.
Well, people die in this world when they're 30. That's where their lifeblood ends.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was he is. Wait. So, wait, does this have to do with? I know this is a sore subject, but does this have to do with Louise? Because he went and joined the followers,
Yes,
and
yes.
they are interested in bringing people back from before. And our great, I won't do it again. Grandfather is, he's one of those heroes, and
So he was originally in a robot thing. He was
and
like
she goes back to not believing you again, like.
he was originally
Yeah.
in like a suit of steel, and him and our his son and his partner, his wife, who's our great grandmother, were all like housed inside of this suit of metal. And then Black Star, because he's an idiot between you and me, like
No,
really.
Didn't look that
Well-
bad.
Well, no, I mean,
No, I didn't mean it like that. No, don't look at me like that. You don't get to look at me
I
like
mean,
that. All the things I've
he's-
seen you do, please.
he's a great guy, but he had a moment of weakness, is what I'll call it. And a lot of things happened, and basically, Darrow dies. His soul dies. He's not connected to the gem anymore. That was
like-
inside of the suit of metal.
For the-
So they were.
For this,
I don't.
so he died again.
Yeah, he died a second time,
Oh.
and then against his will, he was brought back to life.
Oh, that's.
I'm
not
telling you, it's like one of those like Shakespearean plays that we see, because Shakespeare's a real person in this world.
good. So did Louise have a hand in bringing back our great grandfather?
I would assume. Is he home?
No.
Okay.
It'll be one of the things you have to deal with. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it, really. I wasn't
No,
really
I-
trying to. I shouldn't have even asked. I apologize.
No,
Because,
it's okay.
but-
It's okay.
It's a sore point of conversation for everyone in the family. He didn't. Mother understands better than pretty much all the rest, but everyone else doesn't quite really understand why he abandoned you.
No. I
But
don't
they
want
will.
that
They will
to
bring it up.
be-
They will, especially on
Whoa.
Sierra. She'll. Because
Well,
you have a purpose, which, well, I'm sorry. I just since you've been gone, which would be a really great title for a song. Since you've been gone, there's less of us being able to go off and do things together, and for me to look after you, and more of the familial duties, and I've been kind of focused on my work, so it's been a few months. I've kind of gotten out of the habit of the way we used to be, but they at the house will have lots of questions for you about
well,
him.
here's what I'm going to say right now, and I'll say it to you, and I'll say it to everybody else. Louise didn't abandon me. Okay.
Well,
No. He made a choice that is, I think, abandoning is too strong of a word, because that paints him in a negative light, and I don't think that's the way that this should go at all, because I made a number of choices that he couldn't stomach and he couldn't agree with, and I was mad at him for a while, but I understand, and I don't blame him for making the choices that he made. And I don't want anybody going around saying that he's a bad person for leaving me, because he left me with this group of individuals who have also helped me become the person that I am today.
well, no one would badmouth him, but just between you and me, I think it speaks better of you that you don't have a protector. You're the first and only Oracle without a protector. To see you through the trials, through the rest of your training, and your eventual ascendancy to that role, should you choose to take it. Which I hope you do. I hope that you've made the decision to change your mind. I'll never force you to do anything. You know that I would always support you. But there is a question amongst the rest of the family that if Louise made his choice that way, that maybe you might be the first to choose not to take the role.
I mean, you know that I've always had a really hard time with it, especially after, you know. But like I was saying earlier, maybe it's societal pressure, maybe it's pressure that I'm putting on myself. But being out there and seeing the way that people look at me and talk about me is, while annoying at certain moments because I don't like being reminded of who I am and whatever potential people think I hold, I also think that I'm starting to become something of a totem of hope, and I'll gesture towards her binder. People look at me and they think that I can see everything, which isn't true, at least not yet. But that belief that I can helps them. And when I can help them, that makes me feel more complete. And I think that as much as I've hated the title growing up, I would be foolish to not take it.
Mother thinks that you're the end of the oracles.
Well,
Not because she doesn't have faith in you. We all have faith in you, Xander. We all know that you can do good things, that you have done good things, and you will continue to, but she said that there's some kind of darkness in your future that she can't see past. And she's told all the rest of us not to worry, which means we should worry greatly. But
well,
I think if there was one Adavino of all of us, your heart is the kindest. And I would want nothing more than my little brother to be happy. And I will do whatever is necessary to make sure that you are. I will always support you.
I know. And if it is true that I am the last one, and hopefully that means that our services will no longer be necessary. Or it'll mean that I've only chosen to have 1 or 2 kids. Whichever comes first. But I'm hoping it's the former. There's so much that I still have to tell you. And it feels like we're so pressed for time, even though I have all of it in the world. there's just not enough.
Well, I can have the headmaster clear my schedule, and we can take the entirety of the rest of today, and then go meet up with the family when it's time for dinner. If you want, we can take the whole rest of the day and talk together. We can go to our spot. We can go have lunch. This is more important than anything. You are here to do the trial, right?
Yeah, I am.
So why not enjoy today? Maybe your friends are a new family to you, but they won't ever be family like I am. She kind of like pinches your cheek for a second.
I know.
So what do you say?
Don't clear out your whole schedule. I do have to go see Dad before the dinner.
Well then,
at the very least.
maybe tonight after dinner.
I would like that.
Okay.
I would like
I mean, it'll be more beautiful when it's nighttime anyways.
It's always been our preferred time to go and do something like that anyway, so
Stay up late, sleep in late.
let's do it.
All right.
I'll give her a big hug.
She hugs you back, gives you a kiss on the cheek.
I'll do the same. I love you.
I love you.
I'm gonna go find
Yeah.
the hooligans and
Yeah.
and probably round them up. I'll bring them over to Howler's Rest to go meet Dad.
Yeah.
Probably. And then we'll probably go over a little early to the estate and go mingle. I'm really not looking forward to seeing Aunt Cece, but I mean, it is what it is, I guess. It's a full family dinner,
Now,
so
she's has her moments, as we all know. She's come around a little bit.
okay.
Not entirely. She'll probably give you a hard time as soon as she sees you, but Mother didn't tell her you were arriving today, so
Okay, well,
Maybe-
hopefully then it's a pleasant surprise and it's
Maybe-
all good things.
maybe you'll only have to see her at dinner.
That would be nice. Okay, I'll
Alright.
see you later, and we're on for after dinner.
Okay.
That's the plan.
And have
You.
a good day.
Okay,
I beat you this time. You beat me the first time.
fair enough. Have a good day, and I'll go and I'll leave.
She just chuckles, closes the door. Meanwhile, we come to Blackstar, hands on his hips, looking up at the Adavino estate from outside of the walled gates. It's begun to snow a tiny bit, and a bit of snowdrifts kind of coming up against the side of the, 8-foot tall, 7-foot tall walls that kind of surround the outside of the estate. It's more of a presentery than anything, but there's like large dome glass above the top, and some towers that stick off at the back and the far left as well. There's observatories and other things that can be seen as the group stands outside of it looking at the Adavino estate.
I don't like it.
What don't you like about it?
It's crooked.
It maybe
I
gives you
think-
character.
I almost spit my drink out.
Yeah.
Character. Crookedness doesn't give someone character. Crookedness is a sign of corruption. I wonder what Xander's family is really up to. To have amassed this level of wealth, you would never see something like this in Taunoro unless it was from one of the gangs and their nefarious scheme.
Don't see
Well,
that in
but
Del Rey, 'cause
Blackstar,
it
that's-
gets stolen from them
That's
before
all
they
of
can amass
Talnoro.
it.
Yeah.
But also, you're standing on a slump, like you're standing
Oh,
sideways on a hill.
I stepped to the right. Oh, that's quite beautiful.
There.
No.
You're lucky
Perspective.
you turned over a new leaf, Blackstar.
Why? What happened? Is it
You
fall
would have
already?
rubbed them blind. A
Oh,
huge house like this, you would have taken everything and you could get your hands on.
No, you know what I will though? I will speak to the matron and see if I can't get them to maybe help some less fortunate. You know, I feel like, well, there's probably no less fortunate here. I wonder,
I'm sure they got that covered already.
is stealing and giving to Talnoro like a Robin Hood-esque scenario? Is that?
I think.
No, but
I think
no, that's not
that's
stealing.
just-
Give it to the poor. That's stealing and giving to the criminals.
Well, in a city stealing from another city, that's like there could be grounds for war between the city.
Oh, I'm
But
not
they're kind of far. Would they want to do war? Like
right.
to
That's
recross?
the
I
logistics.
mean, it's like all magic here. Like they
I'm
could.
in. Thank you, Eric.
I think they could easily just deal with the distance.
Although, you know, the criminals they'd probably fight dirty. There's probably some sort of convention
Guerrilla
or
tactics
code
against
here,
magic.
like the Nix Ruinam convention or something like that.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Well, this
Yeah.
is
A list of
fascinating and all.
suggestions. Is that what you're talking about?
I was letting
Instead
it go.
of,
I was letting it
Instead
go.
of speaking politics between the potential things between here and Telnora, why don't we go look around? Y'all want to go find Xander's dad and talk to him before Xander gets a chance to get in the way?
I'll say that
Yes.
you've been wandering about this ward and district and have seen all of the fine houses. You've trudged through the snow, and it's been a very pleasant sightseeing experience without having a guide. And you've seen that word has spread rather quickly, and any guards that are posted, whether they are at the foot of the stairs that lead up to one of the towers that gets you into the aqueduct system itself, or otherwise, kind of tip their hats to you, recognizing you, even though you've never been here before. And you've meandered around for a solid 20 minutes, which isn't that long, but just kind of walked around, and that's where you arrived in front of the Adavino estate. And it's at this point that Xander walks up behind you.
Blackstar,
looking
the whole
at-
time he's walking, has been keeping his fingers interlaced and like in front of him in like a reserve, but also to keep his hands from looking.
Wondering.
Yes. Xander, this is quite
Xander.
a lovely home city you have. Breathtaking, really.
Insight check.
Give myself disadvantage on perception check.
Oh, it's really high. Jeez.
That's pretty
Oh,
good.
gosh.
Oh
No, jeez.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's pretty nice too. I like it a lot.
It is. I can see why you would have enjoyed living here for so long. The winter air is certainly invigorating.
Refreshing.
I was just
Yes.
about to ask you, how do you feel about the cold? Are you warm?
I mean, I'm a hot child. No, I don't know where that came from.
Yeah. He also, when Blackstar does that, he also gives him a bit of a dirty look, thinking about what Issa said earlier.
You know, I think it's quite nice.
Well, I'm glad you think so.
Me too.
I was about to head over to the district just around the corner to go and meet up with my dad. It's a
Yeah,
tavern.
we were just
if you
talking about doing that ourselves.
we were trying to.
Yeah.
That's where we were trying to go, but we ended up here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
tavern, so you guys are, if you don't want to go and talk to my dad, that's okay. You can just have some drinks. I'll go hang out with my dad, and then we'll make our way back here. and-
Oh, I think
the
we'll
rest
have
of the
plenty to say to your
family.
father.
Yeah, we're all hanging out with Papa Xander.
We'll have to
Sounds
let
like
him
we
know
are.
about that young Mara lass.
Papa Xander is
Oh, that's
very different.
true.
Papa Xander is very different from Xander. Papa Xander is more like Louise or Darrow. then he is Xander.
Well, I like Darrow.
That ought
Like
to
this
be
Darrow
fun.
now, Darrow, or Darrow like hoity-toity paladin Darrow. No offense, Darrow.
Aren't they the same person?
Right,
was gonna
but
say-
they're different attitudes.
Yeah, one can lock big doors and break into houses. The other one
Correct.
couldn't. Yeah.
Both of them hated
Right.
Clovis, though.
Yeah, I mean they're the same person.
Correct.
There is a connecting thread.
Okay. Hold on.
Clovis
And
is
I
single
will-
connected tree.
I will lead them to the following district, Birthday Titan.
While we're walking there, though,
What
I do
a
want to
day.
ask Garen, how are you doing in the snow? How does it, like, I feel like coming from Hyalus, you met us in the other city for 6 hours, and now we're in a ice city. Are you doing okay?
Uh,
Yeah, did
Before
we
you
need to
an-
like
before-
find
before-
you sleeves yet?
before you answer, Garen, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
His nipples are like the elementals in his city. You know, hard as
Poke
rock.
an eye out with those things.
Correct.
This man is built for all weather.
He's
Garen,
all-terrain.
Garen knows it's cold outside, but is deciding that it's not for him.
Mhm.
Fair enough.
Refuses to
I
He's-
just have a vest that they made for me.
He's a
And-
Minnesotan in November. T-shirt and shorts.
But I still have the usual outfit with my chest is out, my arms are out.
Yeah.
But then I don't know, when you bring it up I think about it. Otherwise it's like training, trying to keep it
True. Good.
at the back
Yeah.
of my mind, but it's hard to believe that this is some people like living here.
I don't know if they
Yes.
like it.
Yeah.
They
I
I mean,
tolerate
you
it.
live in a desert.
I mean, there's areas in Hyalus that are cold, but it's not this. This is
Sure.
true cold.
Isn't snow just like cold sand?
Yeah, that's exactly the thought I was having while I was picking it up. I'm like, this is like the anti-sand, but it's
Anti-sand.
Fair enough.
it's not. I can't. I'm
Pick it
fine.
up
Thanks
with
for
the
asking.
anti-fork.
I'm
Anti-fork.
The only thing I want to give a warning is I've seen some kids build some snowballs. It's just snow packed into a ball form. It's a fun game. So if one of them hits you with a snowball, they're not trying to hurt you. That's just
I wish they would.
it's just a fun game.
What did I do to you? And oh, okay, thank you.
I didn't know if that's a thing down in Hyalus. So I
No,
just
it's
figured-
not. We don't throw sand at each other.
What?
I'm sure you
You
do
don't
until
like
now.
make mud balls and
Or
No-
maybe
no
rocks. I don't
pocket
know.
sand?
You guys all seem tough down there.
that is not what we do. I mean, I'm not too
Almost.
sure what the kids are
I'm
doing.
gonna have to,
I'm
I'm gonna have to
positive
tell you about
do.
pocket sand.
Right.
Mm.
Very
Blackstar,
important.
Blackstar, make a perception check for me.
Thorough.
I send a message to Issa and I say, Blackstar just said I wish they would to a group of kids throwing snowballs at him. Just saying.
I wish they would. They come through. Yeah.
That
He's a
comes
troublemaker.
through
It's
like
gonna
he's
backfire.
wanting to play with the kids and have a
Yeah,
good time.
it's
No, he's got a tone on his voice when he does this
I
message.
wish they
I
would.
wish they would.
Correct. That is exactly the tone that
Is
Gonna paint him
he-
as like a bad boy troublemaker.
She,
That
she
might
responds
backfire.
to your message. Is he always like that?
I leave it unanswered.
she's just not getting it.
On a 4,
yeah.
there is a small volley of snowballs that come only at Blackstar and no one else in the party. There's a bunch of as hits the back of him. I don't know if that came through at all, but there's a bunch of steam
Yeah.
that comes
Yeah,
up.
it did.
Yeah, it did.
And
See that, Garen, that.
Is this common? Is this like practice for for them to become warriors one day?
and one of the
No,
little
It's
boys
just
kind of comes
kids
running
having
by.
fun.
and like goes to throw one at Xander and goes, "Hey Xander," and then throws it over. It like whizzes by your head over your shoulder and hits Blackstar right in the face.
Ooh.
Just melting on my face, and I am looking at this child.
I'll look.
Brazier
at
is
Blackstar.
Are you
doubled
fuming?
over, just laughing.
It's just Blackstar. You're not throwing it at anyone else.
I'll bend over, and I'll pack a snowball, and I'll hand one to Blackstar.
And I take it.
You can't hold
And
it. It
then
melts in your hand.
Right. As I'm holding it though, I will do produce flame,
Okay. Oh, wait, what?
and then I'll toss the flame in my hands, and I'll be like, "My turn, kid."
Make an intimidation check.
Right? Let me just not intimidate these children. They're like, whatever.
Let's see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
They scream and run away. And Xander
Don't
will
worry,
have
kid.
some-
He forgives you.
I put the produce. I forgive you.
It's all right.
Fair enough.
You're allowed to fumble. You get like a couple fumbles.
I am allowed to. That's so much better. And then I look
God,
at
I
some
don't
of
know if
the
that was a good idea to tell him that.
people walking
Brazier's
by.
still chuckling. Like if Brazier breathed, he'd be like unable to breathe with how he's laughing, but he's fine otherwise. He can do this all day if he needs to.
That's enough for. It's not that fun.
Oh man, just Blackstar, don't forget to forgive yourself on this one. That was.
It might, impress someone to hear that you're kind of good with the children, though.
Oh, is that considered good with children? I would like to light them on fire.
Hmm.
No, I wouldn't. That's a lot. I don't know why I said that. This city is doing something strange.
It's not enough. It's too cold.
I mean, it's
so
kind of
you're just thinking about heat
your opposite.
a lot more.
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
conflicted.
It is your opposite. What if you just
But I thought
started
Hyalus.
shifting
Hold on.
personalities?
I thought Hyalus was your opposite. I'm not. Don't just switch up here.
Hyalus is his opposition, his opponent, his opponent.
Correct.
This
okay,
is his
I'll
opposite.
take that.
Thank you, Brazier.
Oh, hold on. We lost Clovis in a snowbank. Let's pull him out.
He tripped and just his feet sticking out, wiggling.
Daryl pushed me, guys.
Uh-huh.
Is that fun too, Darrow?
Pushing Clovis? Yes.
No doubt about it. Absolutely yes.
Another snow activity is called sledding.
Mm.
Oh,
You take a shield, you go on top of a hill, you go really fast, and you really hope you don't hit something at the bottom.
We
Xander
do
knows
this
the
in
best.
Talnoro.
Yeah, something similar happens in Hyalus.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Doom
Okay.
sliding.
Yeah.
exactly. Dune slide.
In Tel Noro, they slide on bones, so...
Right. the rib
Find
cages of our enemies.
The shoulder blade of some giant creature.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Xander missed Clovis being pushed into a snowbank by Darrow, and then Darrow going,
That's
"Oh,
awesome.
he fell into a snowbank," and pulling him
Yeah.
up by his feet.
Another snow activity, as Darrow
Yeah.
said.
Exactly.
Well, a big snow activity is bullying each other.
Mhm.
So
It feels unfair if I try to bully you guys.
Mm-hmm.
because it probably would be.
Yeah.
All right. I lost my middle body, and suddenly you think you're just so much stronger. You probably are.
You
and
stand
you
a
are.
good head taller than you now, and
We fought.
like twice your
and
size.
you like maneuvered around me, but I don't know if you can push me.
He can't.
Go stand. Go, see that slippery stuff over there? Just go stand, and I'll come and push you. Trust me.
Okay.
Don't worry what's underneath your feet.
Okay. You make your way through the gate,
Mm.
dividing this ward to the next one. How do we pronounce this? This is a Fuerte...
Fuerte Titan.
Fuerte Titan.
Fuerte
Fuerte
Titan?
Titan.
Fuerte.
Yeah, it's really... It's
Roll
really
those
difficult.
R's.
It's
Wait
really
a day.
no. I can't roll my R's.
Dude,
so-
I absolutely can't
come on.
roll my
Jay and
R's
I are
either.
locked
I've
in.
never gotten
Jay,
that.
Jay and I
Yeah.
are locked in, bro.
I'm loving this.
Yeah, it's fine. There's culture here, and I'm doing my best. I just can't replicate it. So,
It's okay.
fu-
We
fu-
appreciate
fu-
that you're trying.
Yes.
Fuerte Titan is the
Ah,
Nailed it.
That was good.
Nailed
that was
it.
good.
okay. And then
Yeah.
so
He's learning.
now the houses, the homes in this area are they're of a lower class, but not like they're like worse off necessarily. But this is the primarily like heavily militarized zone or ward of the city. There you do
Barracks
see
housing.
like in the streets. Well, the barracks are more so inside of the western that like wall that's there. That's like the barracks
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
housing
actual.
of it.
Sure.
Not barracks, but the barracks housing.
This would be like all the families of the soldiers of Nix Ruinam and like their homesteads. They're significantly smaller. Felix, did you check to make sure that the dimensions are correct on everything, like you did in Alice Narian, where you measured to make sure that
Do not
everything
let
is
me.
the correct
Alright,
size?
Now he's
Let's
gonna.
see.
Now he's gonna do
Let's
it.
see this one house, 12 feet. That's kind of short for one house. Like
they're small houses. Yep,
12
there
feet
are-
by 12 feet. Yeah, that is
It's
really
very small.
What
It's a
about the
little
big
cottage.
one?
Um,
200 feet.
yeah, I mean the houses of the 5 houses of Nix Ruinam are quite large. Anyways, walking down the streets, there are
What?
soldiers that are kind of passing you by. A lot of them seeing Xander kind of like nod, and actually upon noticing him, they stop in their tracks, turn to the side, and kind of give like a salute as Xander is passing. Xander isn't just a member of the most powerful house of Nix Ruinam. He is theoretically the future Oracle, which is the most powerful person, kind of, in the city of Nix Ruinam. So they give him his due respect as he's
got
passing
swagger.
by. Like if the Oracle calls for the military to do something, they act immediately. There's a council and there's a bit of a discussion, but it's almost immediate, right? Because they trust what the Oracle says. So knowing who
And
he is,
almost as immediately as they stand and make way for him, he like nods to them as quickly and acknowledges them as quickly as possible so they can continue on their way.
right? And they've
He's-
been doing that since Xander was very young, so it's not like something he's not used to. But I'm sure Xander probably still hates it. But they're just doing
He
it out
just
of
doesn't
respect.
want them to stop for him. Yeah.
Yeah, doing it out of respect. But it is very, very noticeable to the rest of you. But rounding around the corner here, there's a small tower. There's a large kind of like basin area where there's a pool of water that's like crystal clear water that people are taking buckets and kind of like bucketing it out of
Whoa.
this large basin. What did I say?
I don't know. It just almost sounded
Bucket.
like a bad word.
Bucket.
Bucking.
Said
Bucket.
bucking.
Yeah, just bucket.
Bucking.
Buckets.
They're bucketing
Yeah,
it out
all these bucking buckets.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Anyways, I was trying to describe that the water coming from the aqueducts is pure and clear and looks delicious as water can in some instances. So rounding the bend, there is a grand like guild hall. It's 3 stories tall. There are flags flying from the top of it. You can hear the sound of hammer on anvil out in the back. There is a rather large, it's not really a courtyard, it's kind of an open area where the houses that are part of this section of the town kind of border what would be a courtyard, but there's no walls, there's no fence. There are statues. One large statue of a man on a horse that's reared back, and there's a couple of guild members that have like green and white. It's actually less green, more white and gray on, and there's a couple of them that are smoking pipes, a couple of them that have cigars, and they're kind of like gathered around the outskirts of this, and they're probably either having just come back from an adventure or are preparing to go out on one. And they kind of stand up seeing the group approach, and they wouldn't have had they not seen Xander amongst the group. These are your father's like not I want to say henchmen. They're the adventuring groups that your father manages. They know who you are. They pay you respect. They don't like salute. They just stand up and kind of then
Yeah.
lean back against the statue and kind of they're smoking and there's a couple plates of like metal plates of food that are out and they're just enjoying themselves and kind of nod at you as you pass by.
Part of the Howlers.
That's right.
Tracks.
Yep. We don't have to go into like descriptions and all that
Yeah,
stuff,
that's
but you go up to the front entrance. There's a large set of double finely crafted oak doors and a couple of steps that lead up into the main area. And you are going in here. So as you enter in through, give me a moment to gather myself here.
Yeah. I'll give you a moment.
Is this a location marked on the map? Is this?
It's the
Yes.
Howler's Rest in
It's Howler's Rest.
Fuerte Titan.
Titan.
Oh, there it is. That one.
It's the really big one. Yeah. And I mean, Xander would have told you. So Xander's father, Thiago, is. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Tiago.
Thiago.
Tiago.
Tiago.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Tiago is the leader of the Hunters Guild within the Howler's Rest. So,
Yeah. Yeah, he's mentioned that.
let's see. Blah blah blah. Yep. Ah. So as you approach, and before you go through the large oak doors, you look up at the top above the doorway. There's a huge framed overhang of wood and slate that like provides protection from the snow and if there was ever rain here as well. And it kind of casts a shadow on the entry point as well. Beneath that overhang, there are 3 giant wolf heads. That look like they've been carved from stone, but as you look at them, they look real, almost as though there's fur that kind of moves as a slight breeze kind of comes through. That's there, but they should be stone because wolf heads aren't that big. These things are massive, mounted up above the top of the door. And as the breeze kind of comes through, there is a howling sound like that of a wolf, as though
that's
it's
cool.
blowing through the wolves themselves, and it's causing a hoo sound out into the front, like it's designed to do that.
Nice.
And Xander points out to you that locals, or I should say, members of the Hunters Guild, can supposedly judge the coming weather by the pitch of the howl of the wolf above the threshold of the door to the Howler's Rest. That's why it's called Howler's Rest. There is a sign above the entrance that depicts a lone hunter kind of walking towards a fire while something enormous watches from the snow behind him. Very well crafted and painted. The doors open up into what appears to be just a large lodge. It's like an extremely oversized tavern for no apparent reason. The ceiling is extremely tall. Like they had, enough space to make 3 floors, at least in this particular section of the building, enough for 3 floors, but it's just all vaulted. And there are all manner of heads of various creatures that are mounted up in the rafters, and there are a couple of, I don't want to say well-crafted chandeliers, but they're kind of hanging down in amongst and amidst the heads that are there, giving interesting shadows and coloration to the heads that are mounted, as though everything is very proudly presented. As you enter in, there's not a whole lot of people on the inside, but there are a number of tables. This establishment could probably house 150 or 200 people. You could have a wedding here easily. And there's a large bar along the back wall that is, set up, and there is a bartender that is there. If you open up the...
Polishing a drinking horn.
Oh,
They're always polishing.
that description is on the card. I didn't even realize. I thought that I hadn't given you. I was like, oh, I'm gonna surprise them with this cool description, and then it's just there.
awesome.
There is a menu list there, but there is a furbolg that is behind the tavern. Sorry, give me another moment. Behind the massive bar that's there is a huge wall, which you would assume is like there's rooms up above, and your father's study is up there, or his like his quarters and everything. But on the gigantic flat wall that backs the bar itself, there are not heads of things. There are like a million pegs, and hanging from all of the pegs is a clay mug. There's like hundreds and hundreds of them that are just kind of arranged up on there, and only a few of them are upside down. And Xander could explain to the rest of the group here that those mugs that are upside down are members of the Hunters Guild that have never returned. And that everyone who joins the guild is given one of these clay mugs, and it belongs to them. It is taken down. There's a large ladder that's off to the side of the bar. It's taken down and given to those who come back from their journeys. Xander has his own mug, although it's much smaller, because it was given to him when he was a child. And it's kind of up and off to the side. And as you approach the Furbolg behind with a like pale blue coloration to the fur, with kind of foggy eyes. This is Norna, who you've known for quite some time, and she kind of steps forward. Oh, Xander, you are so much older than I remember. Have you been gone for years?
It's only been a handful of months, Nor.
That feels so much longer.
You're telling me.
Does your father know you're here?
I imagine my mom would have let him know, but that's the reason I'm here, is to come and see him.
Tell me.
Oh, it's a big surprise, maybe. Could be a shock.
I'll keep it nice and quiet just for you.
Thank you very much.
Are you here for a drink, or are you here to say hi to your father? He's quite busy.
Oh, is he? Is there something happening?
Not really. Well,
I'm here to say hi to him. I've got a number of my friends here who are likely looking for a drink.
there's been a bit of a problem. But
What's that?
that's what your father is dealing with. Oh, some adventurers went out and encountered something unexplainable. But if it's important to you, I'm sure your father will be able to explain it to you.
Okay.
I nudge Garen, listening, be like, "Hey, Garen, you think there's something to fight out there?"
There's something to fight everywhere, I'd imagine. But are we here to fight that fight? Or I thought we were here
Xander's
for-
dad, so we could help or get some good. You know what? I thought you'd be interested.
I'm always interested. I'm just trying to be more mindful.
What?
Do you remember what you made me do to that person?
You did that. I didn't. Make
Yeah, but
do anything.
you made it seem like it's something I should have done, and then I realized I shouldn't have done it. And then you taught me that I should not always think about that. So, which one is it?
Well, this is like an opportunity to do good if they're having troubles with something. Let's just listen and
Yeah.
we'll see.
I'll go and I'll put a platinum on the counter. Just get them around. Keep
Oh.
the change. I'm gonna go get my dad.
Okay. And if your friends are interested in talking with the latest hunter group that just came back, they're just over there. And she motions towards one of the only tables in the establishment that's occupied. There's a group of adventurers that are kind of like scratching their heads and nursing a drink and kind of like leaning on the table and drinking from it, or from their tankards. She grabs the platinum. You know you don't have to do that.
Well, that's why I want to.
You've grown up.
Some have said.
I'm sure your
And
father
I'll-
will be proud of you.
I'll smile at her and I'll look back towards everybody. If you want to go have a chat with them, feel free. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab my dad from his.
I
office.
want to.
Okay. I'm not gonna stop you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking. Like,
No, I'm. You do what you want. This is
wait, what?
the Hunters Guild is the Hunters Guild is a little more laissez-faire than the rest of the city, but
What'd you call me?
you know.
You're speaking gnomish now.
People are a little hardier here, a little probably more like you're used to, Black Star. So
I'm not
if you want to go
offended.
talk to them, feel free. I'm gonna go grab my dad from his office upstairs
I mean, yeah.
and see what's going on.
All right,
Um,
perfect. You do that. We'll do this. We'll also get some drinks, and it'll be great. Don't worry.
Okay.
Well,
So no one's
Sounds good
accompanying
to me.
you up to his office.
I'm not.
unless anybody wants to.
He said he'd go get him.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, family
I'll have-
time.
I'll have Norna fill my little mug with a little drink,
chocolate.
and I'll bring it with me until I leave.
Okay. Um,
I'll have to get a new one from the kiln.
I decided to completely change the innkeeper or the tavern keeper and not at all follow my notes in any way, shape, or form. Don't know why that happened.
Dude, we're having a great time.
I'm improving like to the nines right now. I don't know why that wasn't at all. That was not at all the tavern keeper designed for this location. Out to. Anyways, okay. So you ascend the stairs. You have your drink and ascend the stairs. You know exactly where your father's office is. The doors open. And there is one of the hunters, one of the leaders of one of the hunters groups is standing in the doorway facing inwards. And you kind of go up to where the door is and wait for a moment. And you hear your father saying from the inside, "Take the ridge trail. If the tracks vanish near the gorge, you turn back. Pride is not a survival skill, Thorn." And you see the adventurer kind of like nod for a second, turn, and exit the room. And your father, you like look around the corner, and your father's kind of like writing something down on a piece of parchment, kind of looks up and sees you, recognizes you, and then doesn't have any like excited expression, just kind of like looks back down to what he's writing, and motions for you to come in.
Hello.
Well, look what the road finally returned to me.
It's nice to see you too.
That's he kind of walks around from the other side of his desk and reaches out to give you a nice firm handshake. But instead, do you return it?
Yeah.
Okay. He grabs onto your forearm. He gives you the
Yeah.
hunter's grasp, as he's always done. And then from that, he kind of like has a half smirk that comes over him, and then he like his large like burly hands kind of wrap around you and grab onto your shoulder and brings you in for one of those awkward bro hugs.
Yeah.
And he grabs onto you and does that. And let's see. 2 arms, 2 legs, and the same distracted expression.
I mean, people have been telling me it's getting better.
Hmm.
I'm like, I'm better. I'm getting like more focused now.
Well, you're back in one piece. That's important.
It's more than you thought, probably, huh?
No, I had full faith in you. After your brother left, well, we don't have to talk about that.
No.
It's good to have you back, Xander.
And
Your mother
it's-
reminded me this morning that you'd be arriving, and I forgot. I have a lot of business going on, but it's good to see you. How are you?
I've been worse. I feel great since I've come home.
Right, of
honestly.
course. Do you have your friends downstairs?
I do.
Are they being Norna's taking care of them?
Yeah, I mean, I got them around. I tipped Norna, and they're gonna go talk to the most recent Howler group that just came back. I heard that something's been going on in the woods.
Well, yeah, it's nothing for you to worry about.
I mean,
Have you drank anything today?
well, other than what's in my mug, no.
He like goes to like take your mug from you and realizes you're an adult. She's treating you like a child, and then he like it's in this exact moment where he's going to take the mug out of your hand where he like realizes you're an adult, and then he like pulls his hand back like he was going to check what was in the mug, and then kind of like puts his hand on your head and like looks confused of himself, like he doesn't know what to do, ruffles your hair a bit. Come on, let's go. And walks down the stairs to go back into the main portion of the tavern
Follow him down.
without allowing you to respond with the rest of whatever it was you were going to say.
For the rest of you, as we're coming down the stairs, Xander's dad, Tiago, is kind of the polar opposite of who he is. He's much taller. He's like 6'3", and he's much wider in stature than Xander is. Closer to Louise's stature, but a little wider than that. He's kind of decked out in like this light leather garb, but he's got one of those, like, it's not a bandolier quite, but he's got like a leather
sash.
Yeah, he's got a sash that's going around, and he's got like a number of like ring blackout tattoos on his forearm, and his hands are probably the most noticeable thing. They're very, very big and calloused, and he's not like unkempt. He's got a beard, but it's well trimmed. He takes care of himself, and he's got hair that like is a little bit. It's longer than Xander's hair. He's got like curtains in the front, and it goes down to like probably the middle of his neck, and kind of flares out. But it's dark brown. It's a little darker than Xander's hair is, and he himself is a little bit darker than Xander is. He's more tan than Xander is.
Gotta train your dragon. One of those guys.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Not a Viking,
Hiccup.
but yeah, not a Viking, but he's got the vibe for sure.
Yeah, he's got a vibe. He's got a vibe, but it's clear that he's been a hunter for a long time.
Oh yeah. And he knows his way around an axe, around a bow, around a trap. He carries himself.
He's got that Odyssey dong going on. You know what I mean?
Anyways, as he
you gotta see it, Tim. You gotta see it.
As he steps down the stairs, he carries himself with the importance and the weight of someone who knows what they're doing. Not like he is challenging anyone. He doesn't have a swagger to his step. He just has I don't want to say he's dripping confidence, because that's not who he is. He's just I don't know. He has an aura that he isn't even trying to exude. He's just a very well off kind of person in terms of survival. Like, he could save the lot of you single-handedly out in the wild against like wolves and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Or on the trail. You know, it's Louise.
The kind of when you're like backed up against the wall, and then all of a sudden you hear like and like there's like a billion different arrows coming out from one person.
Right. Yeah. It's Louise. Oh, and one thing that Jason did not say is this man is very ruggedly handsome. He's a little bit older. Maybe he's in his 50s or so. But
Silver Fox.
He's ruggedly handsome. Like,
he's got a little bit of that like Mr. Fantastic thing going on. Got the grayed sides a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, I could see
Salt
that.
and pepper.
Yep.
Salt,
Comes
pepper.
down the stairs,
Pepper.
kind of clomping down, not trying to keep his steps quiet in this space at all because he doesn't need to. And Xander comes following down behind him, and he immediately makes his way over to the rest of you who have gotten drinks at this point and maybe a snack or something, and you're sitting at a table. And he comes over. Tiago Adivino, Xander's father. He goes. He holds his hand out first to Garen. He just walks right over to Garen, just arm to forearm to forearm.
Xander's dad?
You're Xander's friend.
Yeah. I'd say I'm his protector, but... Whoa,
Well, he needs one.
Yeah, man, you're telling me. You're Xander's dad? You're... Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Did
you can
Xander
see the
eat his
resemblance.
vegetables when he was growing up?
Have you
No,
met
you're
his other siblings?
one, but you're so much bigger. I'm just... I keep looking at both of them and
Well-
just comparing the size difference.
He goes around the table and introduces himself to each individual person at the table. When he gets-
Zaddy. I mean, Xander's dad.
Patty.
Zaddy.
Zaddy. That's
You know
funny.
what? We'll do individual introductions because it's more fun that way. He's not disrespecting Garen at all, but just kind of moving things along. Just kind of like a lot of respect, and does like the fist to the chest kind of thing to Garen. Moves on to Darrow. Tiago Adivino.
Darrow Lightbringer.
He just like pauses for a really long minute.
Does he
I'm
look
just-
at me?
He like glances over, and you know what? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he's very confident.
Tell him my name.
He's a very
That's okay.
confident individual. You
Did
didn't
we
tell him
break
you were
Xander's
Garen. I
dad?
thought
I've heard-
I thought you said you were Garen.
I just
You
said I don't think I said my name. I just said because you
Oh.
Xander's friend, and I said I protect.
Sorry,
but I was
I
just
kinda-
he was so focused on the side. No, I think it works perfectly.
Yeah, no.
He pauses for a long moment and just looks at Darrow, just stares at him. Not intimidatingly in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
There's this look of hidden confusion behind the confidence that he wears. Thank you for protecting my son.
Just doing my job.
So say we all.
Here's to that.
Moves on to Black Star.
Oh, Zaddy. I mean, Xander's father, Daddy. Xander's Mr. Adivino,
Tiago Adivino.
Not Mr. Father.
Mr. Father.
Mr. Father.
Xander did not say how absolutely stunning you are. You like,
He's my dad.
he's right here. I know. I can see.
What happened to you, Xander?
For real. You're like
Looks
a
Louise
wart.
took all that.
Yeah. You're like you might have grown on the underside of him instead of right front.
Okay.
I was
I'm Black
Dang.
Star. Lovely to
Black
meet you.
Star.
Is that a title?
Yes. No. My name is just Black Star Lazarus.
All right.
Yes. Oh, yep. All right. Oh my God, he's smoking.
Kind of like gives you the forearm handshake if you accept it.
I have goosebumps now. Yeah, I do accept it.
And like it's interesting, the flames from you, which I know is only on your head, but like there's a bunch of heat, and you swear you see flames like lick up his forearm and up to his shoulder, and then disappear afterwards, and a bit of smoke just kind of comes off of him. He's not trying to have a presence at all. He's not carrying himself with like
Just accidentally has aura.
He just has he has aura. He
You're,
does.
Tim, you're giving this guy like Super Saiyan-esque aura.
He really is.
He's like bleeding Super Saiyan. He's like, hey, I'm Tiago, and it's the flames licking up and smoking out, dude. I'd have hard eyes too. He rocks.
I'm just don't worry about it. Anyways, he kind of like accepts that handshake and kind of nods towards Blackstar. Doesn't really say anything other than okay, and then moves on to Razir.
I lean over to Xander. I think I'm in love.
That's, I mean, you're
He-
2 for 2 right now.
He doesn't reach out a hand for Razir, but instead stands there and looks down at him, at Razir, sitting in the chair. Nice hat.
Thank you. Razir. And I tip it.
Tiago Ottavino. Thank you for keeping my son safe.
As he introduces himself, I offer a mage hand handshake from sitting.
Ah. And he doesn't... He takes it. Takes the mage hand handshake. Not a surprise.
That's funny.
Are you okay?
Razir kind of tilts his head and pats his own shoulder a couple times. Yeah, I think so.
Good.
Mostly.
You look like someone who enjoys whiskey.
I do, yeah. And I pull out the bottle that I had in my backpack from the
From
party
Alisnarian?
that I haven't finished yet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Ah. Private reserve. I see. Yeah, good choice. Well, I've got some of my own that I've been working on for quite some time. Before Xander left, really. It's up in my office. If you ever want to have a bit of something a bit older than what you're currently holding, just let me know. Anyone
Absolutely
who's
take you up on
been a
that.
protector of my son is deserving of far more than what this establishment alone can offer.
I also protected him.
Mostly.
Mostly.
I mean, you are a frontliner now, so yeah.
I'm surprised
Well,
you
I am a
didn't
front
burn
runner.
up when you arrived, Blackstar.
Oop. Why? What?
Well, you're on fire. I don't know. Things on fire normally burn up. I don't know. I was trying to be funny. Sorry, Xander. Not trying to
Dad
embarrass
jokes.
you. Dad jokes. Dad jokes. Moves
More
on
now than before.
to the only person who's left
I
at
know,
the table.
right?
And he, Tiago, kneels down at the table.
Oh.
And the only person who's left.
Oh my gosh.
Hey there, little buddy. Kind of like pats you on the head.
I have a full beard. What do you mean, little buddy?
It's
Oh.
great.
The
Oh.
disrespect.
You're in a. I'm so sorry. My apologies.
I look at Daryl. Is it like a genetics thing with you guys? Or...
I, Xander, I'm really
There's
sorry.
an old phrase where
No,
if
don't.
something
I
keeps
mean, you don't have
happening,
to apologize about him. That's
check
fine.
yourself.
There's actually quite a lot I'd like to talk to you about your whole guild and stuff. If you have time for that later, because back in Alderbahn we have something similar to this.
You have a hunter's guild in Alderban.
Not per se. We have show, which because Alderbahn we have a bunch of monsters keep attacking.
Well, that's a
And when
dumb
it's like-
name.
It's gnomish.
I don't think
I'm
that
not the
helps
guy
your
who came up
cause.
with it.
That was
Oh, you know what? That must be derived from some other language. I apologize. That was very rude. I just
Yeah, I
kind
think
of
it's
speak how I feel sometimes.
I heard I heard Darrow talk a bit of Sylvan. I think might have some come from Sylvan.
Oh, Sylvan. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Sylvan
Yeah,
is
but
So,
we
the
also saw
Latin
Monster
origin
when-
romance
So
language.
being a member of the Hunters Guild means that you don't show yourself out in the wild. So if your name of
No,
your
it's not
group
show
is
like
show,
you show up. It's gnomish for hot. Because a bunch of monsters got
He, like,
displaced
he
because
points
of
towards
the
Black
huge
Star.
volcano. No,
You're
he's
really confusing
Well,
me.
he's related to the volcano, but not in the same way.
I am hot.
Oh,
And also
Okay.
that, yeah.
show. All right. Well, do any of so he's still talking to Clovis? Do you or any of the other of you know my other son who traveled with Xander?
Yes.
Louise.
Almost,
put my hand up.
almost all of them outside
Yeah.
of Clovis know
Yeah, except for me.
Louise.
No. Have you heard from him, Xander?
I'll look towards Darrow. By proxy, but
Huh.
I've not had any actual words with him since he made his choice. What was it, a month ago at this point?
He had an obligation.
Obligations are out of style.
He was born to be a protector. Just like you are born to do what you are supposed to do.
I mean, can't you just make your own choices in life?
But he hasn't even come back to talk to me. Is he ashamed of his decision? Does he think that I'm going to blow up on him?
Well, I that part I don't know. That's his business, and for the record, if I were to have made any decision that would stray me from what I'm doing, the first thing I would do is come home. So I can't speak on his behalf in that matter.
Well, he did
but-
come home. He did come home. Came and gave me a firm handshake. Said you were going to be okay. Which I believed him. Well, he didn't actually say you were going to be okay. He said,
Said you manage.
what did you say?
Said you manage.
He can manage.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm taking agency away from you,
Yeah.
Felix. Unfortunately,
Completely fine.
because I've tried
Louise
To
is an
talk-
NPC now.
tried to talk to you about. Anyways, he he said that depending on the choices you made, that you'd be okay, but that he couldn't help you anymore. And while I respect his decision, he has. I mean, he took the oath. This is the first time you've come back, and he's not with you. It should be a glorious return of the two brothers, and here you are. Which one of these is your brother? It's not like you're related to any of those that are here.
Daryl coughs his drink.
We well, I mean, that's not entirely true.
What?
But
Was that a duck? Did
He
anyone
turned
hear
into a duck there.
but look, he made his choice. I don't blame him for making his choice. I don't think anybody should. Over the past handful of months since I've left, I've made my own set of choices, and I can't say that all of them were well advised. And so he did what was best for him, and he left me in good hands, and I'll gesture to the rest of my group. And I don't blame him for anything, and I don't think anybody else should. Every bed that I've made, I've chosen to lie in.
I can't lie.
Like every
Xander.
bed you've laid in, you've chosen yourself. Something like I'm not sure how that would go.
I can't lie, Xander. I wished Louise had stayed by your side, as he was destined to do, as he took the oath to do. And I will always love you and your brother. I feel for his reasoning, although I don't fully understand it, because your mother won't tell me. But all of us have to make our own paths. It's just that no one's ever done this before. This is something different than any of the other protectors, any of the other oracles. I know what Gale's death did to Louise. I know that he's carried that trauma with him always, and there was something that tipped the scales for him. But he'll always have a place here, as will you. So, while the hurt remains, I continue to support you and your brother wherever he may be.
And I know we both appreciate that. Look, I mean, I know you're a man of, you know, the hunt. And, you talked about how that's Louise's destiny, but honestly, if there's anything I've learned over these past few months, and I know this is a little out of turn for me to say, but destiny's for suckers. I think that things are going to happen the way they happen, and I've seen a lot of different lives and a lot of different lifetimes and possibilities, and it doesn't always line up with one another. And so Louise has his own path, like you said, and I have mine, and if they're not meant to line up, then, you know, maybe he wasn't destined to be a protector. Maybe I wasn't destined to need one. Maybe we're just destined to be family. And I think that's enough.
And that we are. Do you think what he's doing now... Do you know what he's doing now?
I do.
Do you think
at
it's...
least loosely.
Do you think it's important?
I do.
How about the rest of you? Do you all think what Louise is doing is important?
Everyone looks at Darrow.
It's honestly, it's one of the most important things going on right now.
Looks to Clovis. Oh, right, you don't know.
Never
who
met the
Louise-
guy.
You don't know who Louise is.
Yeah.
Sorry. But do you know what he's doing, though?
Yeah.
Would you do the same given the opportunity?
I mean, I'm doing this right now, so.
It's not. You're not getting anywhere.
Is he
with him.
always this
Just-
frustrating?
Yes.
Yep.
I find him refreshing.
Like the snow!
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, I think I feel better knowing that an accomplished group of adventurers who knows what my other son is doing, who has shirked his responsibilities,
That's a
is
strong
doing
word.
something to help the greater good.
A path chosen by himself is always the most important.
He, like, you say this metaphorical poem-like sentence, and Tiago's eyes dart over towards Darrow. Very prophetic. Fitting. I can't deny the words. They're smart. They just seem to hold more weight than I expected.
He does that a lot.
Now,
He used to do it more, and something happened.
He's a really wise guy.
Xander, it's great to see you. I have a lot of work to do. He, like, as he's continuing the rest of what he's saying, he, like, comes in for a hug, and he's not, I don't want to paint him as this overly awkward. He's not overly awkward. He comes in for a nice big bear hug and kind of, like, wraps around you, pulls you in, probably crunches you a little bit too much, because he's a strong man. You know, not overly strong, but you just kind of, like, lose your
Blackstar, are you jealous?
breath a little
Do you
bit.
want a hug?
No.
I can hug you later, buddy.
I'll hug him. Yeah, I know you got a lot of work. I'll see you at dinner later.
I was about to remind you your mother has had a dinner planned for you she's been waiting for days for you to get here. She wasn't sure exactly which day you were arriving and then told me this morning, and here you are. So, as he, like, starts to back away a little bit, he is looking at Xander but points at Garen. Watch this one. And he's meaning it in reverse. Like, he's meaning to point at Xander and be looking at Garen to tell Garen to watch him. I don't know that Garen would get it at all, but he's trying to maintain eye contact with Xander. He's pointing at Garen.
Oh, I see,
Watch
I see.
this one, meaning Xander.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this one.
Aaron, what'd you do?
You have some very nice friends. Will they be joining us all for dinner?
That's the idea, as long as we have the seats.
Of course you know we have the seats.
Then they'll be there.
You should tell your mother, so the cooks can prepare. Enough.
Well, I think that's our next stop, so they'll know soon enough.
Good.
Hmm.
Alright, well. Stay warm.
Stay warm.
How does
And
anyone stay warm?
I am proud of you, Xander. Don't forget it. And
Thank you.
he says it a little bit awkwardly, and then turns around and walks back up the stairs, looks back towards the group, and does like a hitting the side of his shoulder kind of thing as he walks up, and kind of pulls the fur cloak over himself and walks back up to his office and out of sight. Norna comes over and she's got a platter full of some other goods. I thought you
my hunter's
might
ember.
need some additional cheeses from the long-horned cows of this region. It's
Thank you
called
very much,
amber
Nora.
cheese.
Hmm.
Sandra, I know you know that.
It's a
I thought it
personal
was
Does
one
it-
of your favorites, or do I have it backwards?
Nope. It's a personal favorite.
Oh, of course.
Will it go well with my hunter's ember?
Of course. That's
Is it brie like?
They're meant to be paired together.
Okay.
So, in the Howler's Rest, enjoying yourselves for this brief moment, having met not just Issa, but also Xander's father in the same moment, enjoying your snacks, all of the mugs along the walls, the atmosphere of this giant lodge of a tavern with all of the heads of things and talons and wings of things mounted amidst the rafters, and the cold outside blowing through, and it feels just cozy like a lodge at the top of a mountain. You all kind of contemplate this and enjoy the rest of this and have the conversation about where you're going next, which is the Adavino estate. And for now, that is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. So, as you all enjoy the remnants of the cheese and crackers and the gamey bits of jerky that have been presented before you on the platter, on the round table within the Howler's Rest, just having met Xander's father and knowing that a dinner awaits you at the end of this day, the atmosphere within this place and Nix Ruinam in general is that of a warm hearth that greets you as though this is the home of the entire group, even though that isn't the case. It's welcoming, and it's cold outside, but it's warm in here. The remainder of the city, before proceeding to the dinner and what lies afterwards, is before you. What would you like to do?
I mean, we could go back to my place and, you know, see the rest of my family, but there's also a lot to do around the city. If anybody has any shopping they want to do, I know a good smith. There's a good magic shop around. We could also just go see some of the sights. Does anybody have any preferences?
No, I feel like at some point, you know, maybe, I don't know, I would like to see wherever your holy, you know, righteous, forthright people live, and maybe pick some brains. I feel like being here has made me a bit, what's the word? Sharp, bitey.
Sure. Well, I mean, we could go there now. It's not too far a walk. The Politiesta is,
What'd you call me?
didn't call you anything. It's one giant church for everyone.
A giant, for everyone. Why is everything in Celestial here?
I think that it's just kind of part of the culture around here, and I don't know. I mean, not everybody knows it either. It's just kind of everybody knows enough to get you through town, and then, you know, whatever happens, happens.
I know. Donde está el baño? What's that mean?
Where's the bathroom?
I knew it.
It's a good one to know. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
There's someone in Talnoro came and kept saying that. I don't know what was his deal.
Sounded like the poor man was lost.
I get that now. I didn't then.
Yeah.
I didn't then.
But sure, I think it might be good to maybe ask some of your questions, so that way you're less snippy when meeting Xander's family.
Exactly.
Sure. And
Though maybe his sister likes that.
Oh, your sister, huh?
Stop.
A whole family of hot bods. Except Xander, of course.
Maybe he shouldn't meet your mom.
Oh, is your mom also very attractive?
She's my mom.
Right, you didn't answer my question.
I mean, to land someone like his
Yeah,
dad, like
maybe-
Tiago, she's gotta be.
Ooh.
Hey, that's my great granddaughter, Clovis.
Let's go to the church.
Well, Black Star does it.
Let's go to church so that I can ask the Lord.
I will lead them towards the church.
wisdom.
Because
And
clearly
on,
they
on
need
the
it.
way, Black Star is singing the song "Take Me to Church." I'm sure.
I wish that I had Xander's mom.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Find a
Crazy.
woman like that.
Because I know how much there is left to do, we'll say that, and I don't know whether or not Alex needs for Blackstar to have the experience of going into this church, but it's also
don't
someplace
need
that he
don't
could
need
come,
to RP anything.
he could come back to it after
Correct.
the trial as well. But I'll say that over the course of the remainder of this day, you go to the temple, and I apologize, Jason, but we kind of have to, like I said, get to
don't.
where we
Yeah,
got to get
yeah.
to, right? You can go there. There are many shops. You probably take them to La Verita Magica
Yep. You're
You
right
got
on the
it.
mark.
for sure. That is an incredible establishment, and I wish we had time to RP that. You could have a whole
We
session.
might what during the live session. Who knows? Who knows where the world will take us? Tim, we're gonna finish the trial in like 2 hours, man. You know us.
You sure
You
won't.
know us.
You sure won't. There's also El Claustro de los Cesaros. It's a pretty cool place that Jason did not come up with, that I was very proud of. Anyways, lots of
Oh,
sites.
okay.
There's a whole museum. There's like there's actually more than one maze that's been like carved into stone here to go and explore. Lots of cool little like almost like sightseeing attractions to enjoy. Like people know that Nix Ruinam is a cool place and people want to go there to like not to vacation, but people come here and they like to experience the culture that's been put together.
Can we go to like the biggest tourist trap?
Well, there is really only one tourist trap, and it is how do you pronounce this, Jason? Centro Mercadores.
Oh, Centro Mercado. Yeah, Mercadores.
Centro Mercadores.
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 My mouth is so
Centro
dry.
Mercadores.
Jay, my mouth is so dry because I've been drinking all day, so I'm trying to roll my R's, and I'm like,
Your tongue just gets stuck.
Centro Mercadores.
Mercadores.
Mercadores. It is
Mercadores.
which you know you'll eventually you pass through there to get to the massive temple. Anyways, it is a bustling trade
Good, Eric.
center
That's good.
with lots of tents and shops that are set up here. It is unlike any other city, including in Elisnarian, which had that marketplace. This is a just cluster of, you know, it's. I don't want to say it's unorganized, but there's lots and lots and lots of vendors that are just peddling their wares and have set up pop tents all over the place for all different kinds of foods and trinkets and things they found on the road, things that might be of value. And almost everything is marketed as having come from the magical aura that is around not only Nix Ruinam, but the ruins of Zatera, and the fact that magical items and money just randomly pop up throughout the space here. My foundry just crashed. So
Oh no.
that's not cool.
Game Master is gone.
Yeah, my page just
Oh,
crashed.
she's back.
Bless you.
Bless you.
It's
Thank
loading.
you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
It is loading.
Thank you.
Let me in. I'm in.
I'm in.
Let me
Let me in.
I think it's funny that that's one of our quirks as a group is that if someone makes a reference, we all just echo
We
that reference.
have to do it.
Mine.
Mine?
Mine.
Gets me.
Get
After a day of exploring the city, and it gets to about 4 or 5 p.m. in the afternoon, it is time to go to the House of Adavino. And you go back to the place that Blackstar and the rest of the group stood in front of, and he kind of scrutinized as he was standing on something that caused him to think that it was all off-kilter, but everything is perfectly arranged. The towers, the building, or the building itself is very beautifully crafted. Jason, what do they see as you approach the front gates?
Yeah, so as you're approaching the front gates, as Tim said, the walls are about 7 feet high. They're more for decor than anything. The building itself is made of this like combination of like granite that was pulled down from the mountain itself, and also like this like gray wacky sandstone kind of material, so it's a little bit grainy in certain areas, and in other areas the granite kind of smooths it out. But on the left hand side of the estate you can see like this kind of grandiose tower that has this gothic feel, so it's got these like large arching windows, this spiraling top, and a lot of sharp like arches and pillars around it. Off to the right, which is the main portion of the estate itself, is more so like this long hall that is more made of that sandstone than the granite. Is a little more tame in nature. Still has that same kind of like tall architecture feel, but kind of holds a little bit more of that. It's not as grandiose. It's a little more grounded. So you could still have those like arched windows and arched doorways and things like that, but it's not as eye catching for everyone to see. You can gather that Xander probably spends a lot of his time on that left-hand side in that tower. And the rest of the hall is meant for day-to-day living. There's offices, there's, guest rooms, etc., dining halls, things like that encompass that area. And all the way off to the right from, you can see that from where, like, the estate has this gray wacky sandstone like structure kind of curve around, and there's a little stairway that leads out into like a little yard, and there's a cute like hedge garden and a little outdoors area for the family to explore on their own. But yeah.
Towers and walls and stained glass windows, not gaudy, just like a lot of the other buildings that are here. Just a beautiful presentation, and one that is welcoming and inviting for those that are used to wealth, as it's apparent that the Adavino family is very wealthy to own a home, an estate, as was already mentioned, like the one before you. You're not just granted access, but there is a butler that answers the door and greets Xander, kind of bows as Xander enters, and the first thing you walk into is a grand hall with like a red carpet that's laid out to a grand staircase that leads up and then off at, 2 angles up around to a large balcony that overlooks this central, like, acceptance chamber that you step into. There isn't anyone immediately visible that is of Xander's family, although the servants that are kind of hustling and bustling around, Xander would have told you feel as though they're family, and there are a lot of servants that are here.
Yeah, he's anybody that he can catch, he's like stopping and giving a quick hug, saying their name, and then like, not trying to get them in trouble, so he kind of ushers them along, but he gives them a hug and says hi.
And they're all incredibly happy to see you and welcome you, and your arrival is something to be celebrated. And that there are many dining halls, there is an observatory that's here, there are many towers with your old study, obviously your bedroom, that is amongst all of the other bedchambers that are here. Were you expecting did you want to do any more explaining about the inside of what they see?
Yeah, I mean the inside immediately as we enter is like a great lounge hall. This is kind of Xander would explain to the group that once a year the house does open its doors to the public for people to come and have their futures seen, and so this kind of on the immediate inside, this hall is very well kept. There's this like long rug that goes all the way down the middle to the other side of the hall, and then like in the middle of this hall there's another rug that goes to the opposite sides to either side of the estate. But there's a number of like benches and things like that where people can kind of sit and wait their turn. That's like what this immediate hall looks like. But Xander would explain that there is an annual day of service for his family where everybody gets together and they serve the community for the sole purpose of having futures read.
Would that be relatively soon, or is it not near the state?
At this time, it's probably like a couple of months away. So
Okay.
it's in a nice state, but it's not like people aren't rushing to keep it up. It's not it's not their number one priority.
Doesn't need to be as presentary
prioritize
right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Before we stepped in, Ruzier, being glued to the architecture and stonework of this place, would have stepped over next to Blackstar and nudged him and like, "Hey, Blackstar, you see that tower right there?
Yes.
That thing would have cost more to build than the Spike Glove has in gold. Or has ever had in gold.
For real?
Uh-huh. Just that one.
Such levels of opulence. Wasted. Interesting.
That's good. I'll just ask, how does Felix feel? Not Felix. How does Clovis feel in this moment, looking at all this grandeur?
I mean, they're just arriving from a few hours ago from Alexandria, which was also pretty grand. So he's still like, that is pretty similar to it, like not architecture-wise, but like vibe-wise. But he's impressed because they were able to do this in such a, let's be real, bad climate. Construction in the snow is not fun. I can tell you that.
True. There are parts of the
Felix
year
knows
where-
a thing or two.
Yeah.
There are parts of the year where Nix Ruinam isn't totally covered in snow.
Even then,
So-
it's just a few months of the year. It's not
Yeah.
a lot of time.
No, it's not.
True.
So he's really impressed by that. And just how they were able to adapt to the environment, and just like with the aqueducts, like making the environment work for themselves and thriving in this harsher environment. Because Alderbot is not like that at all. I feel like
Dude, poor Alderman. It's like
it's not like Shaxx, but it's not.
it's like New Orleans.
It's like the
It's-
neglected
it's like-
stepbrother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because
I feel like New Orleans would
is
be
like
the
a gorgeous
There's
city,
another
but it's
one
sinking.
a bit more east, might be with the lizard folks, might be more.
Um,
But yeah.
Florida, yeah.
you know,
I mean,
something to keep in mind. Interesting that you should bring that up. That Nix Ruinam was one of the first cities ever built after the apocalypses. Alisnarian was kind of a beacon for a long time, but Nix Ruinam,
and then they had beacons. So
like seeing everything, like there's remnants there's buildings built on the remnants of old ruins. So there's like old
Yeah.
architecture, and then there's the new architecture on top of it.
And just like we can see in the bottom right of the map, those are ruins, right?
Right. Yep. So they incorporated some of them, and maybe Nix Ruinam will
Is it
expand
bottom
at some
or
point and
left as well?
further incorporate the other ruins that were here previously. More of them,
Oh.
old buildings and whatnot. But that's a very good observation, for sure. How does Garen feel in this atmosphere?
He feels out of place, but he's not going to show it. He's just going to try to be as
Yeah, people are definitely
confident
looking at
as he
his
can
nipples.
be. Like he's definitely not nearly as dressed up as anyone else. He's his version of dressed up, which is still just he added a vest to his to what he's wearing. But he's more concerned with like everyone else, and he's paying attention to them, and not so much with how he's I guess feeling about that, the fact that he feels out of place. He's trying to get over that because he's with friends, he's with family.
Yeah. Cool. And some of the architecture here is similar to some of the things in Hyalus. Not entirely, but some aspects of it. Like you're like, oh, I'd recognize the corner of that building looks similar to something that I've seen in Hyalus before. So, it's not too far off.
Yeah, it's more. I feel like it's just the environment he's in compared to the building design. Like the people are not what he's used to. Well, except for his dad. His dad was very much like, wow, okay.
Yeah. And it's not like Talnoro either. So, how about Black Star?
Blackstar is biting his tongue the best he can because this is where Xander came from, and Xander's a good lad. And if this sort of opulence and nobility made a good guy, then I guess they can't all be bad. Though secretly, he cannot stand any of this.
So, I mean, Black Star would probably, to an extent, recognize that, like the aqueducts, as much as water isn't Black Star's favorite thing in the world. It's just like, I mean, everybody needs water, right? But it looks pretty cool. I mean, that portion of it and the lake and like the design of that to bring water to all the districts of the city, I think Black Star would be like, that's kind of cool. I want to burn it down.
No. He's thinking of ways to improve Talnor. He's going to steal some. He's got to go to city council.
You gotta burn pretty hot to burn stone. Come on.
You don't know how hot I am, baby.
No. How about Razir?
Not as hot as Tiago.
Razir?
He's. I mean, aside from being distracted by the architecture, to him it's not that different from Islisnarian. It's another fancy big city, and this one is just colder.
Okay.
He's fine here. He knows he's not built for these kind of places, but he's with company who not only is but came from it, and he's fine tagging along as a friend of such.
Cool. And last but not least, Darrow.
Darrow. He's so being a Lightbringer, obviously he has his own connections, right? It's not just Moon Shadow's connections. But he grew up in he was expected to be a soldier family. So even though they were a prestigious family, he never grew up around. He never got to see the prestigious side of it as much as Xander has. Like he was trained from a young age, and so even though he's been around it, his major exposure was meeting the Moon Shadows and courting Lariel. So he walking in, he almost stands a little straighter. Like it's just like, oh, I'm here to do like it snaps back into that routine or that muscle memory of, oh, I got to present myself in the best form. This is business. This is politics. This is, I'm being judged. That servant there could be reporting back, and I don't know that. Like, just very like, time to get a little more serious.
Good. Yeah. I just, what's left has some involvement with the party, and I just didn't want there to be an overshadowing, even though this is Xander's hometown. Wanted to make sure that everybody had their piece to say, and I think it was good. It fit very well with what everybody would be thinking about where you are right now. However, the only thing that we have time for at this point is the remainder of the, like, essentially cutscenes that I have planned for this location.
Yep.
So I'm gonna kind of take a little bit more control than I normally do from here on out for
Absolutely,
the
man.
remainder of the session. And so I'm just gonna
Here's the
do it.
Here's the controller, Tim.
I'm
Go
just
ahead,
gonna,
buddy.
I'm just gonna do it. So
Got right
Um,
here.
You can always
the
like
one-
do
the
a
one-
weird revisit of stuff.
that's true.
Afterwards,
That's true.
like
There
you
will
said.
there
So
will
you'd be
be
like,
interactions
"We'll return to this after
for
our rep
everyone.
session."
Obviously Xander, but there will be interactions available for everyone for sure. But the one question I do have is, as you lead them through, and then once we get to the dinner and afterwards, do you take the group with you, or do you leave them in some kind of receiving chamber? Or do you let them wander through the Adavino estate, or would you want to bring them with you to talk to your mother and others?
Oh, God,
Or-
no! I wouldn't leave them alone.
So we'll
No.
assume that they're with you as
Yeah.
you go into
Black
all
Star,
of
let's
these
make
various
decoys.
things, right?
You got it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he would lead them through, showing them the halls. Showing them to various guest rooms, and just being like, "This is where you guys will stay," assuming that we stay here tonight.
Yep.
And I'll
Grand
show them
bedrooms,
around.
by the way. All of them. You all get your own individual grand bedroom, for sure.
I think-
Should you
I
choose
think-
to.
Because Darrow's so locked in, he'll hear like a comment made by Black Star or Clovis, and he'll just look back like the disappointing dad that's just like, we're on a tour at the museum, shut up. You know?
It wasn't
Yeah.
even us. It was like attendants behind
Yeah, just-
us talking.
but he's still just
But yeah, I mean, Xander wouldn't leave them alone in here.
Okay.
He kind of sees this as his responsibility, so he'll be associating with them the whole time.
Up several flights of stairs and down several corridors, eventually arriving outside of the room that is the study or the chambers of your mother, and where she resides with her work, where she spends the majority of her time. You arrive at the door itself. It is slightly cracked, and from within, you just hear your mother say, "Come in, Xander." Before you
And I
even
will-
before you even knock, before you even announce yourself, you walk up to the door, your group in tow, and she just greets you.
And I will open the door.
Entering into this particular room, you see kind of a desk off to the side, a large stained glass window, the bottom portion of which is clear, which you can see out into the grounds below, the snow, and the kind of sunset at this point, kind of reflecting off of it, giving a very warm orange glow to the room from above. Every room in this place is a vaulted ceiling, so has this grandiose feel to it, not in an ostentatious way, but just there's a lot of volume to fill here. This place probably cost a fortune to heat. Sorry, my brain thinks that way. And in a rocking chair off to the side, there is a small bed, should she choose to rest. But off in a rocking chair, off in a corner, is your grandmother, Renee, who kind of stands, and she's not super old, but she kind of like hobbles her way over to the door, and without a word, just kind of embraces you and kind of rests her cheek up against yours, and still doesn't say anything, allowing your mother to take in your face as you enter, almost like it's an unspoken word of love as you're taken in, and the rest of the group is allowed to funnel into your mother's private office as well. And the door is closed. We'll say, I don't know, Clovis is the last to enter and doesn't know what to do other than to close the door. And your mother still kind of like sitting in a chair facing the window, her back to you at this point. She kind of like had turned around and saw you enter. You see a smirk on her face, and she kind of rises from the chair and turns around, and you see your mother standing before you in the flesh, who you've not seen in months. Would you describe what your mother looks like to the group?
Yeah, she is about Xander's height, so she's like 5'8", 5'9". And she has similarly colored hair to him, but hers is longer, pulled up into this kind of messy bun. She has freckles not just across the bridge of her nose, it's kind of across her cheeks and the bridge of her nose. Her eyes are the stark blue that Xander has in one of his. And she's much more familiar in frame comparatively to Xander than his father. She's much more lithe, and she's not frail, but she's more lean in the way that Xander is. And yeah, that's it.
She stands up and turns to face you as you're kind of standing near the chair that's at her desk, and she has just a smirk on her face as she turns around and walks over towards you, and at first doesn't give you a hug, but reaches up and kind of very gingerly grabs onto the side of your face and kind of looks at you for a moment. I prepared 12 different things to say to you, none of which are currently arriving in my mind. I am just happy you are home. Welcome home, Xander.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. And I'll give her a tight hug.
She obviously embraces you as well. You've grown up. Let me look at you. She kind of same as Issa, like word for word. Even her voice is kind of similar in that way. A little bit older with more experience. Kind of holds you back and looks you over, not ignoring the rest of the group as Issa kind of did initially. Like in her periphery, she is obviously looking everyone up and down, and there's a nod and kind of a twinkle in her eye, like she's recognizing what she's looking at. I am so proud of you.
That's always what I aim for, so like I said, I did a pretty good job.
Things. You're not talking to your father. Things don't have to be so formal. Are you putting on an act because your friends are here?
I mean, not really, but I mean, maybe a little bit.
Xander, I'm your mother. You've only been gone a few months.
I know, but so much has happened.
I know. I've seen fragments of your return. since the night you left. In some, your return, you were older. In others, you seem to be so distant, so far away from me. A different person entirely. Your future is hard to see. But none of these futures help me to understand how I would feel in this moment. And you know that she's been her entire life, and yours to an extent, has been focused around visions of the future of and now you know, of alternate timelines, alternate dimensions. That's been her entire life. And she's much older than you, right? So the way she speaks is as though those are the things she has to live through and experience. And it's almost difficult for her to experience the moment as it is now. And you can see that in her demeanor. But she's just, like, happy in general to have you here.
Right.
Tell
Well,
me, is there one thing that the world has taught you that I could not?
Yeah. I think so. I think that I said this to Dad earlier when I saw him. But I think our family might dwell a little too much on what destiny will be instead of destiny being what we make it.
Seems as though you've gained much wisdom from when you left. Do you think that's
I
true?
tried. Yeah, I tried. I can't say that I'm perfect, and I can't say that I even did great, but I tried.
Well, I know there were things that changed you, things that you experienced that caused you to become who you are today. You don't have to put on pretenses for me. You don't have to explain things in a way that would lead me to believe certain things or ways. I know that I've always focused on who you are going to become, which is the Oracle, but I just want you to, and you sense the way that she's saying things is kind of putting a spin on it the way that she thinks that Issa would, because she knows that you have that special relationship with her. And so that's kind of how she's framing things.
Sure.
You will always be my child. You should always be comfortable to tell me things about your true self. You can feel comfortable to speak here at your home with me. Does Xander feel comfortable speaking to his mother?
He does.
Not in the same way.
It's a little different from, a sibling to sibling relationship versus a sibling to parent.
And certainly much different than his father.
Yeah, it's definitely different from his father, in a better way. I know, and I appreciate that. I mean, there's so much to tell. I mean, I saw Issa earlier, and I tried to fill her in, but she still doesn't even know the half of it. And I know that you know more than, everybody outside of me.
Well, I can't share with everyone some of the things you've done and experienced.
Yeah, that would be probably not very good.
It would worry them too much, and they don't need additional stress in their lives. But I am here for you, Xander.
Well, in any case, there's a lot that you need to know if you don't already know. And I'm looking forward to sharing that with you. It's just there's so much to do, and it feels like there's so little time. And I know that that's kind of our whole thing, but you know.
Well,
we all know, and I'll look at my grandmother.
he just kind of smiles and allows Julietta to continue her conversation. You know, Renee will probably have more to say later. You know, Xander, I do want what is best for you. I know you've been through so much. And while I'd like to hear your first-hand account of what you've been through, know that I have seen all of it. But it doesn't explain to me your feelings in those moments. It's like watching a play on a stage without hearing any dialogue, and knowing what the characters are thinking in the moment. And because I want what's best for you, that is why I have to tell you what is going to come next is not going to be easy for you. You know that I've always said since you were a child that being an oracle requires you to not only be able to see the possible futures or other paths that exist, but be able to figure out which ones are real and which ones are tied to reality, our reality. And once you finish this trial here in your home, I will show you how you might have a chance to distinguish the right ones from the wrong ones. That is, of course, if you wish to have that further training. I think you're ready.
I mean, I would, yeah, of course. I mean, the whole point of me going out and doing all of this is so that I can be ready for whatever comes next. So, by all means, I would love that.
I wish that I could have been a better mother to you. I know that you think of your sister as having a different role, something that I just couldn't fill for you. For the responsibilities that I have, it's difficult, and I've tried.
I know, and I don't hold anything against you or Dad. I get it. I don't know if we should have that kind of conversation in front of.
Right. I'm sorry. I get a bit carried away sometimes.
It's fine. We're used to being ignored.
There's people here. That's true.
You have no idea how often we're just standing there listening to people talk.
Absolutely. I feel like I'm not even the main character in my own story.
I feel as
More
though
like
I know
supporting
each of
characters.
you without actually ever having met any of you. I am Giulietta Advino. It is a pleasure to meet those that build the encouragement, the framework, and the family that my son has come to know during his journey in the wilds. I do know all of your names, but it would be rude of me not to have a proper introduction to each of you.
I'm Garen Stonefist.
Garen, the strength of the group.
I'm
Where's
Black
your man?
Star. Oh, dang.
I'm sorry. Who spoke up over Blackstar?
We both
Brazier.
did.
Brazier.
Brazier.
Brazier. A shadow
That-
whenever one is needed. Blackstar.
Yes.
A bit of light in this darkened world.
Oh, well. Thank you. Thank you.
She nods towards Clovis.
Clovis Bordeaux.
Ah. It is a pleasure to have one of show looking after my son.
You know, show.
I know many things, dear Clovis. Do not let the jealousy of your group overshadow your importance in helping them and my son. Do not let them.
Well, look at Daryl. I won't.
The
Not
great
at all
thing
jealous.
is, you have more in common with my son than you know. And then her eyes finally rest upon Darrow.
Darrow Lightbringer.
Before Darrow can even state his name, Julieta walks over to Darrow and she curtsies before him and kind of holds out her hand. Or this way, like she's expecting him to kiss her hand. But
Yeah, Darrow's done this before.
not in a wrong way. Not a bad way.
Mhm.
Just
Yeah, no, yeah.
this
The
is
royal,
appropriate-
like,
correct.
yeah,
Curtsy.
Darrow's done this before, so he knows that it's not. And he'll follow suit. He'll follow the proper procedure and lightly kiss her hand.
And the one who requires no introduction. I have waited for this moment for quite some time. Thank you.
I'm sure you know. You're welcome. I did not think I would ever be in a place like this. But here I am.
You are not just the father of the lineage of our family, but you are the reason, and she looks towards Xander, that our kind exist.
Interesting. I always credited perhaps that more to Liriel's side.
We as women, unfortunately, cannot do what we do without the help of the ones that we love. And for that, I thank you. And for the protection of my ancestor. I hope to one day meet her.
I hope that as well.
You, of course, are welcome in these halls, and anything you should need. Please, it is our honor to serve you as you have served us.
I think because Darrow, towards the end of his life, just spent so much time on the battlefield. At that point, the war was just so. And I think Darrow's just a little taken back from, like, the prestige of it all. He just kind of thought he was doing what he had to do, and so I think he's taken back by the prestige of it all, and to see that I mean, I know he saw it was Xander, but just to really to grasp that his family continued, that it he fought and died for the right thing.
Right. I was gonna say I would be surprised if there wasn't a tear that came from Darrow, as much as he's not a crying kind of man or a feeling kind of man.
No, I don't think. I think he's stoic enough where there isn't a tear, but there is like just a breath of relief. Just kind of. Who knows what he's gonna do in his room alone? But don't let Clovis see you cry. Don't let Clovis see you cry. Don't let Clovis.
I've got spells to see everything.
Don't let Garen see you cry either. Don't let Blackstar see you cry.
I mean, you could have someone cast darkness in your room so nobody sees it except for the ones who can see through darkness.
Yeah, but no, in all seriousness, I think he just kind of, he came in with that like stiffness, and now he kind of relaxes.
Your family is here, Darrow. We are your family. Xander is your family. Be welcomed amongst these halls. This is your home just as much as it is any of ours.
Thank you. It's nice to have a place called home again.
And just like you've been called before, there will be a great war in the future, as I'm sure Xander has already forewarned you of, that you will have to partake in again. And on that note, Xander, I don't feel badly speaking about it with your friends here in this room, but there is a portion of your future that is shrouded in darkness. Something that I cannot see past. An event not too long from now that the future beyond which cannot be seen. That has never happened in the history of who we are. Whatever it is, I'm not going to insult you by pretending that it's nothing. I think you probably know what it is that I speak of. But I won't speak of it anymore unless you bring it up. I don't want to upset you. I want this to be a happy, memorable moment of you coming home, happy and victorious for the things you've accomplished. But if you do want to talk about what you've done, or what you've done has caused to happen in the future, I'm always here to talk to you.
I don't know how much sleep I'm going to get before tomorrow anyway, so
I would recommend as much sleep as possible.
Well, I'm meeting with Issa after dinner, but maybe after I spend some time with Issa, you and I can get together in the war room and we can kind of talk about things.
Of course. Of course. I would be happy to talk to you about anything you wish to. Did you already apply for the trial?
No, not
You
yet.
should do that before dinner
Okay,
to get things going, at least.
sure. Yeah. I can do that. Yeah, I can do that on my own. I mean, if everybody else here will be taken care of accordingly.
Of course, of course. There's at this point a knock on the door to the chamber. Did the sound come through?
Yeah,
Yeah, it did.
it came through really good.
Yeah, it was really good. It was like a little distant. It was really good.
There isn't a wait for a response. The door just opens, and your aunt Sierra enters the chamber, unwelcomed into this space, and she speaks out loud. Julieta, there are 3 council petitions that. And then she pauses and she looks and sees Xander standing amongst your friends. So, the prodigy has acquired dust from the road. Her gaze kind of goes over Xander, his equipment, and each of the party members that are here. Would you describe Sierra to the group, please? Briefly.
Sierra looks
This is
similarly to
Aunt Sierra, by the way.
Yes, looks similarly to his mother. She is the eldest of the 3 elder Adavino members. She has like dark brown hair to a point where you're like, okay, she's probably dyeing it. But she's a little more gaunt than his mother is. She's very like slender woman, dresses
Slender woman.
dresses a little bit more to the nines, is very clearly more interested in her public image. So she has on certain pieces of jewelry, a very nice dress, and is very clearly invested in the family name. She doesn't have freckles. She does have the blue eyes, but like I said, her hair is dark. She's got a similar skin tone to Xander, but she's much more gaunt. She's skinnier and more focused on the material than it seems like the other members of the family that you've met.
Mm-hmm. Before I continue with the remainder of this cutscene, I'm going to forewarn everyone here that there's still a lot that I have left. So it may feel a bit jarring because I'm gonna be moving on to other sections because there's some things that I want to happen as part of this, and then there's the entire ending, and it's already 11:24. So I don't know if everybody's like, I don't care if we go another hour or not, but for those of you that are tired and want to go to bed pretty soon, I'm going to try to expedite it to the best of my ability, but there's still a lot left to do, so I apologize in advance. Send me a DM on Discord if you need to pop out early, and we'll find a spot for that. But there's a couple different things that I want to happen here as we head towards the conclusion. Sorry to break the immersion. Sierra kind of steps forward. You left as a promising boy under protection, and you return with titles, clearly a few scars, and some remarkably unusual company. As she looks each and every one of the party up and down. What are you making of yourself these days, Xander?
Some would say a name, others would say a fool. It's nice to see you too, Aunt Cece.
Some describe events that happened around you. I asked what those events made of you.
And what do you think they made of me?
I'm asking you.
I think I'm a better man for it.
Seems as though your answer was designed to not be offensive. I'm looking for more of an honest answer.
I believe I was honest in my initial answer, but if you desire more, then I think that I'm stronger for it. And I think that the people that I carry with me help me hold up that strength. And I would appreciate if you didn't talk down on them like that. And this is the first time that Xander's actually kind of nipping back just a little bit. Just a little bit. He's always taken her jabs. So this is the first time where he's kind of nipping back.
Sierra begins to like hold up a finger like she's going to retort what Xander's saying, and Julieta interrupts before Sierra can say another word. He has been home less than an hour, Sierra. And then Sierra continues. Then the truth is still fresh enough to recognize. And she looks back to Xander, and her tone kind of softens slightly. You look more like yourself than when you first left, Xander. I mean that as praise, and do not make me repeat it. Welcome to House Adivino. She kind of motions to the rest of the group that's here. You will find us less intimidating after we've all had some wine. With the possible exception of Renee, as she motions to your grandmother, or her mother, in the corner. And Renee says, I heard that. She says, you were meant to. And then as Sierra kind of exits the chamber, Julieta says, that was your aunt being affectionate. She's going to be worse at dinner.
Yeah, I figure as much. I'll give them the rundown before we get into anything, but I mean, I assume I heard the news that Louise isn't here, but I assume everybody else is going to be there.
Of course. Dinner is planned. It should be in less than an hour from now. I would say go and make sure that you've at least had a word or two with the others, your rest of your family. Your grandparents are, beside Mama that's here, that would be very excited to see you, know that you're here, and make sure that Carmen and Maria are well, they see your face as well before dinner.
I can do that.
Okay. And we'll end the scene there as you exit and continue outwards into the rest of the home. A little bit later and before dinner, as you're kind of making your way down the stairs, the rest of the group in tow, and anyone can feel free to jump in on any of these RP moments. I know this is all Xander all day long here, and you're just sitting watching the RP that's happening. But you're welcome to interject should you choose to. There's a little 7-year-old girl that walks up the stairs as you're descending down into one of the other parts looking for your grandparents. Xander introduces this little girl as Maria, his very little sister. She comes running up to Xander. Xander, I need Oracle help. Regular help did not work.
Okay, what would that be?
Well, come with me. And she kind of like grabs onto your hand and pulls you forward as you look behind and see the rest of your group following after.
Should
this
we follow you,
7-year-old
Xander?
girl.
I mean, you can, but I'm serving a 7-year-old girl's whims, so at your
Okay.
own behest.
Doesn't
Alright.
that mean you might need some help?
I'll laugh, shake my head, and follow.
And we'll just say for the
Yeah, follow
purposes of this
Xander.
that the group follows along. into
Let's
a
not
side
stay with
chamber.
his mom and
A
his grandma.
little playroom with some toys that are on the floor and on some of the shelves around the outside as well. It's like it's a playroom. She kind of pulls Xander inwards and points at a line of blocks that are on, like the building blocks that are on the floor. Okay, this is Nix Ruinam. This is our house, and this is the road you went away on. And then she points to a collapsed line of blocks that were made to be like a wall that kind of fell over. This is the road. It keeps falling down before I can finish it. Like as though there's something making it fall down. Can you fix it?
Wait, hold on. You're creating a road, and every time you make the road, the blocks fall apart.
And as you're saying that, she takes a little carved fox and puts it into your hand. And Java can't fit through the gate. Can you make him little? Not forever, just until supper.
Well, that part I can do, and I'll cast reduce on it.
Amazing.
Um,
She takes the blocks that were making up the road and kind of puts them back into place, and takes the very tiny, now carved Java. It doesn't look like Java at all, but it's a little fox, and it's now very much smaller. She takes it, and then as she's like playing with it and kind of passing it through the archway that she'd created with the blocks that she has, and she kind of like looks back up at you as the little carved Java passes through. I knew you were the right oracle.
well, you might be wiser than me, if that's the case.
Are you staying until tomorrow?
I'd like to.
I have another problem, but it's a tomorrow problem.
Well, tomorrow I might be busy.
Oracles are always busy. I hope you're the kind of oracle that isn't always busy.
I hope so too, Mar. Do you want to tell me now?
No.
Well, first thing I do tomorrow morning is I'm going to come over and I'm going to ask you about the tomorrow problem. How's that sound?
Tomorrow problem for tomorrow.
Okay. And I'll give her a kiss on the forehead. I'll snap my fingers and Java will pop out in the playroom.
And she
I'll have
just
him hang it.
like goes to like tackle Java on the ground and they roll around on the floor for a little bit. A little bit later, as you're kind of walking through the halls and showing off the rest of the estate to the group, you hear a little bit of banter from Bianca and Javier, who you would point out to the group as other grandparents that you have.
Yep.
And
The other side.
they are
of the family.
one of them is holding a tray of food and kind of like bringing it forward, and we're passing by like hours and moments here at this moment, but they're kind of like off to themselves. You've already engaged with them and gotten hugs and kisses and been, happy to see your grandparents, so they're kind of going about helping the cooks, because Bianca likes to cook and enjoys like helping the staff with certain baked items and things like that. Look at him, Javi. He's far too thin. And then Javier responds, he's wearing armor. Then the armor is too thin as well. And Javier says, I missed this. Like
I
in
missed
relation
this
to you. At a certain point,
Nice.
Renee and Gabriel are kind of walking arm in arm, heading towards dinner. And Renee says, I knew he would return this week. And Gabriel responds, "You said that last week." And Renee responds, "I was preparing." Gabriel says, "You prepared 7 desserts." And Renee responds, "And now he has returned to eat them. The vision is fulfilled." Um, that's not as important. Okay, and it's 11:36, so we're gonna go ahead and skip ahead to the family dinner, which was supposed to be a whole thing that happens, but I wanted it to happen before you went into the trial. So it is a whole cutscene. So we're gonna go ahead and I apologize that we're kind of moving things forward, but it's kind of what needs to happen. Is there anything that anyone would say, Blackstar, Clovis, Garen, about anything?
Just listening.
I'm doing a lot of
It's nice
talking.
to see him.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, this is fine.
It's just lots of me talking.
Good
There
thing I
you go,
don't
you
hate
don't
your
say that.
voice.
Good thing you don't hate my voice. That's true.
Correct, yes.
So, towards the end of the evening, everyone is kind of gathered into a eating chamber. It's one of the large dining halls that can fit, this large table can fit like 20 people at it. There's plenty of seating. The servants are rushing around. There's tables on the left and right hand side, large vaulted area, beautifully carved walls and paintings on the walls. One of the walls has windows that look out over one of the well manicured areas that are here, and it is approaching dusk, so the sun has mostly gone down at this point. So there's a beautiful coloration that comes in to the room. Bianca kind of speaks up as everyone gathers in. No one sits down at the table yet, and she says, "Xander sits beside me. I need to see whether or not he actually eats." And then Renee speaks up. These are his 2 grandmothers at this point, talking to each other about Xander. "He should sit beside Julieta." And then Maria, you said Mara, but it's
Well, I said Mar.
Mar.
Short for
Okay,
Maria.
yep. Maria says, "He sits here. I already put his block down." And you see that Maria has gone around and placed a certain particular colored and textured block around at each place set around the outskirts of the table, kind of like signifying where everyone should sit. And then one of your other siblings, Carmen, is there. Do you want to describe what Carmen looks like?
Yeah, Carmen is the 4th, so she's the one that's younger than Xander. She's the one after Xander. She looks more like Tiago does. She has darker skin, darker hair, but has that similar lithe build. She's 15.
16.
So now she's 16.
They're all 1 year older now.
Yeah, they're all one. Yeah, than I had initially believed them to be.
Time works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, it does.
Keeps going.
But yeah, she's. I mean, she looks like a young teenage girl. She has no freckles compared to everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
But she also has Tiago's eyes. She doesn't have the bright blue eyes. She has these honey amber eyes.
So Carmen speaks up. "The matter appears to have passed the committee." And then Issa speaks up. Because Issa's there for the dinner, right? "I was going to suggest we let him choose, but apparently we're well past that." And then Tiago speaks up. "Xander can choose his own chair. Let us begin there." And they all kind of look expectantly for Xander to choose who he's going to sit next to.
No pressure. Totally normal.
Or you turn it into a bloodbath, so everybody get up, you say a chair, and you
So
say...
you have your two grandmothers, you have your 7-year-old little sister, and then Issa.
Yep, I got it. Who does Maria have me sitting between? Out of curiosity.
Just
do
in
you
a
know
particular,
off
just she didn't. It's not between anyone. You don't recognize the block she's placed down. She has her own method for labeling everything.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
So you're sitting next to her at least.
Mm-hmm.
None of them have
I think-
sat down. They're waiting for you to sit down. But they're standing in front of a
think
chair.
that,
Pressure.
I think that our own little oracle here has put down blocks in accordance with where we're supposed to sit, and I think we should follow that. Why not? It seems like fun, and it'll be the first time I've sat down with my family in a long time, so might as well follow what fate says. And I'll look towards my mother and my father because I had said that destiny was a load of bullocks earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well follow what fate says and go with what Maria says.
So you choose where you're going to sit. The rest of the group, your group, Blackstar and Darrow and Clovis and Garen and Razir are like on one end of the table, and all the rest of the family has like filed in around Xander. Xander's like disappeared in the sea of family, of cousins and aunts and uncles and things like that. There's not that many of them, but there's enough of them where
There's
he's just
exactly 20 people in this family.
Yeah.
Xander is one of the 20,
Yeah.
and Louise not being there makes it 19.
yeah. And Jason expected me to RP 18 different NPCs.
Every
so,
single one. I expected that. That was what I expected.
they're all here. And as you all sit down, Issa says, I'm sitting close enough to hear him. The rest of you can continue negotiating where you'd like to sit in relation to Xander. And then everyone like just kind of like smiles and nods sheepishly, and everybody sits down for dinner. And Tiago, and I'm kind of moving things forward a little bit. It's kind of like servants come in, start providing food to everyone, like appetizers and drinks and everything. Tiago takes a drink and kind of raises it into the air. To those who leave in order to learn, those who keep a place for them, and those who return with enough change that we must learn who they've become. And then Julieta raises her glass to Xander. Not merely the oracle who may follow me, but the son who was returned to us. And then Issa raises her glass. Everyone was about to drink after Julieta said her piece, but Issa kind of interrupted, and everybody kind of like waited for a second. All this drink's almost spilling. And having him to ourselves for one evening before the entire city realizes that he's home. Everyone clinks their glasses. Everyone drinks.
Xander does have whiskey in his glass to try and make his dad proud. He made a conscious effort to get
Make
whiskey
a
in
Constitution
his glass.
saving throw.
Good thing I'm pretty good at those.
Yeah.
21.
21. You feel the urge to cough, but you push it down,
Nice.
and you enjoy that whiskey. And your father, who also has whiskey in his glass, like downs his whole thing and then taps the side of the glass as a servant comes over and pours more, comes back and then looks at you, winks at you, nods, and then just kind of sips a little bit and goes back to eating the giant chicken leg. And there's some Brussels sprouts and some other imports from
There's a
Basriel
lot of food
and
to be
otherwise.
had.
There is a plethora of food. Garen, who is known as being one who eats a lot of food because he's a big boy. You know,
All
has
I
like
had
an,
is cheese.
an entire pig to
That sounds like
dig
a threat.
into. An
Yeah.
entire
All I've
pig
had
to
is
dig into.
cheese.
Mhm.
There's a
Bring
lot
me
of food.
yeah.
At a slightly later point in the dinner, as everyone is enjoying themselves, having conversation, Issa speaks up a bit and says, "You know, before, well, my foundry crashed again.
That's
Love to
awesome.
see it.
Doesn't matter. It's just the music, anyways. Before anyone asks you for a prediction, I want to hear about the most interesting thing you've discovered that had nothing to do with any kind of prophecy. A place, a person, a meal, anything ordinary. I want to know what you actually enjoyed." Carmen speaks up. "And the worst rule you broke." Tiago looks towards her. "Carmen." Carmen says, "History requires a complete account." And then Sebastian, your younger brother, speaks up. "And the animals. Begin with the strangest one." And then Maria speaks up. "Begin with the fluffiest one." And then
Okay.
Bianca says, "He will begin after he has taken 3 bites." And then Sierra speaks up. "Surely the future oracle can eat and answer questions simultaneously." Gabriel, your grandfather, says, "There is his first trial."
Last
Um,
night he told us that was bad manners.
They all are eating food and are expecting your response to the question.
Well, I will. Well, I mean, I think a lot of those questions can be answered in one fell swoop. As far as the worst rule I've broken, and I'll look at Carmen. And then I'll look at Razir and Blackstar and Darrow, and then I'll look back at everyone else. I smoked a cigar recently.
There's a gasp. There's a gasp from all the family that's there.
Howard.
But I also, and I'll look at Carmen, I broke into like this old museum. It's by Epoch's Chain. It's really interesting.
She's like eating
and
soup.
I'll reach into my bag and I'll pull out one of the teeth from the T-Rex remains that I have. Because
Is
I
that
still
thing
have
real?
these bones. I mean, I got it from this old abandoned museum.
You
As
broke
far
into
as
a
I can
museum
tell,
and stole from it?
I guess so, but it was abandoned and nobody had been in there for a while. So
I knew he was a thief.
I'm not a thief. Shut up.
Not a very good one, at least.
Well, I mean, yeah, I have a lot of the other people in my party do my stealing for me. It makes me feel bad.
Not
And
so
all the
bad you won't
blacks.
read a whole book about it.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
I like you.
That's weird. I'm 16, but it's okay. Are you eating your soup?
Razir just pats Blackstar 2-3 times on the back.
No
The ears are
winning
getting
with
away
these-
from you.
There's no way. I didn't mean. I was just. She just seems like a nice kid. I don't know.
I'll lean towards Black Star. She's closer to you than she is to me. And I will pass around the tooth.
How old is Black Star? Isn't Black Star 28, 29?
No, I mean more so in terms of demeanor
Oh,
and behavior.
hey,
Um,
I was just messing with
yeah,
you. I like stealing
Oh.
things too. It's cool. She awkwardly gives you like a wink, but not in a weird way. Just like, I'm a thief too. And then continues eating her soup.
but I'll pass the tooth around to people to take a look at.
Was the
Uh,
wink thief scam?
But I will
Yeah.
cast a tall tale about how it's fluffy for the sake of Sebastian and Maria.
Yeah. Well,
Even
Sebastian's
though I
not-
don't know anything about this creature. I just know that I got bones
Well-
from it.
Mhm.
Well, you fought like a zombie version.
Yeah, but we've
You
also
do know
fought
stuff.
zombie versions of people, so it could
Mhm.
look
Yeah,
like
but
anything.
So Issa speaks up while you're like, after you're done telling your story. Was that the real version or the version you prepared for the family?
Maybe a little bit of both.
She turns towards the rest of the group: Clovis, Darrow, Blackstar, Garen, Razir. You don't have to protect him, you know. I've known him far too long for that to work. We know who Xander was inside this house. You know who he became outside of this house. And then Tiago speaks up. Yeah, tell us one thing he did was when no one was looking.
Oh, you know, we don't have to
Sticking
do
down
that.
a criminal syndicate count.
What?
Hmm.
Or right, totally legitimate business. Sorry, Blackstar.
I'm pretty sure he bought drugs when no one was looking.
What?
You don't have to.
He's
tell
also
What?
done drugs. I'm pretty sure.
me.
No, I
Would
don't
you-
think he did the drugs. He just
He
bought
didn't
the
do
drugs.
them. Oh, coward.
Julieta
He
kinda
helped
leans
defeat a
forward.
primordial.
Oh, he did defeat a primordial.
Defeated a primordial.
But we were
Defeated-
looking.
defeated-
But
a primordial.
sealed it. Sealed it would be more accurate, but yeah.
He had to defeat it to seal it.
Yeah,
so
that's
I mean, wasn't that spec? Was it?
You guys like say all those words, and the both of the parents and all the grandparents lean forward. He bought drugs.
okay. So the thing with Black Star is he's a little bit of a jokester. So just worry not.
Fair.
He didn't buy
We
drugs
weren't-
on
we
my
were in
watch.
Talnoru. I'm pretty sure everything is laced with drugs over there. So
Renee kind of leans forward and kind of like waves a hand up and says, regardless of what he bought or didn't buy or enjoyed, he's accomplished quite a bit. Right, Xander? I'm sure all of you have questions you could ask the rest of the group who would be happy to answer. And then there's a couple of them. Carmen, the 16-year-old, kind of speaks up. What's the most foolish, clever idea he somehow made work? And then Sebastian, the 15-year-old, his Xander's younger brother, says, "What creature did he stop to study when everyone else wanted to run?" And then Sierra speaks up, his aunt. "When everyone disagrees with him, does he bend, break, or become unbearable? I can't wait to find out." And then
Unbearable.
Issa speaks up.
all the time.
What was he taught? What has he taught you without realizing he was teaching it? And then after they've all asked their questions simultaneously, Maria, the little 7-year-old girl, says, "Does he still forget to eat when he reads?"
All of us in unison. Yes.
And then Issa speaks up. I knew it. Some things apparently survive every adventure. What is the craziest thing you could tell me that Xander has done?
He had a date the other night.
Oh, he says that, and there's like,
I did.
like throughout the entire group that's here. Maria, who's not far from Xander, kind of leans over towards Issa. What's a date? Issa's like, it is a time specified for those to enjoy company. And Maria says, oh, well, that's a good thing. Yay, Xander! And everyone else kind of like slightly collapse a little bit. And then you see Julieta and Tiago kind of like look sternly in Xander's direction.
He's blocking his face. He's like this.
Yeah, that's the end of that scene that I had for that.
Yeah.
I'm taking far more time than is necessary.
No, dude, this
So
is
wholesome
awesome.
though.
I'm having a great time.
It is. It's great.
That felt like a big family dinner.
There's more. That was half of it. We're half done with the family dinner.
Oh yeah.
Once the
Question.
yes.
Weren't we supposed to go sign up for the
Yes.
trial?
I send a message
Alright.
and I do it.
We'll come back. We'll come back to that after we finish the family dinner.
Alright.
I told you guys to send me a message if you needed to duck out earlier, but I'm going to do this to its completion because I want Xander. I want Jason to have the full. Been talking about it all campaign, and we're in Nix Ruinam.
Yeah.
I want
Nobody
him to
said
have
anything. Just get to it, Tim.
Okay.
You're taking more time to explain that you're trying.
Yeah.
Once the later stories as part of the dinner conclude, Sierra returns to her earlier question that she had. We have heard what Xander has done, but I am still interested in what he is becoming. And Renee speaks up. He is becoming what he was born to become, the next Oracle. And then Carmen, the 16-year-old, speaks up. That is what everyone said he was when he was 10. Or that is what everyone said when he was 10. It wasn't fair then, and it's not fair now. Issa speaks up. She's right. Half the choices in his life were made before he was old enough to even understand them. Renee, his grandmother, speaks up. Fairness has never been the measure of duty. And then his mother, Julieta. No, choice is. Renee looks over towards Julieta. The Oracle cannot simply choose not to be the Oracle. Julieta. Maybe not, but Xander must decide what kind of Oracle he will be. Xander's mother looks around the table, looking at everyone's expectant faces as this conversation between previous Oracle, who is still alive, his grandmother, and his mom, who is the current Oracle of the world and of Nix Ruinam, looks around,
Getting
looking
heated.
for everyone's responses. Julieta continues. The position may have been foretold. The man he becomes was not. If we forget that, then we did not raise a son, a boy. We only raised someone to fill a chair, a position. And this family is better than that. Gabriel, one of Xander's grandfathers, speaks up. A mold may give iron its shape. It does not decide whether that iron will hold. Javier, his other grandfather, or what it will stand against. Bianca, his grandmother. And this is why neither of you is permitted to make a short toast. Lisa speaks up. She isn't wrong. I once asked for salt at a family dinner, and got a lesson about responsibility. Julieta, his mother, looks directly at Xander. So answer yourself, Xander. What kind of man are you becoming?
Take a second. I'll look towards my group. I'll look at my parents. I'll look at Issa, and then I'll look at Maria.
Maria?
I will look at Maria.
Okay.
She's the youngest of us. I'm becoming a man that I think that the world will be proud of. Outside of this family, however some of you may perceive me or believe what my duty to be, I think that I'm doing what this world needs to be done. And whether that's in line with what we've been doing is another conversation, but over these past 4 months that I've been gone, a lot has happened. A lot has changed. And I know that I'm close to the center of it, as are my friends. And we are right there. And I know that we're close to making a world where maybe oracles like us, we might be an afterthought. And I think that's a world where if people can live and not have to worry about their future, then I think we did all right.
Armin, your 16-year-old sister, speaks up. Finally, someone said it. And then your aunt, Sierra, speaks up. Then prove it. But don't make yourself smaller just to get out from under the title. Being more than the Oracle doesn't mean pretending the title is nothing. Just because you think you're better because of your adventures and the title that you've been bestowed is less than what you've accomplished or what you've learned, doesn't mean that you don't need to own up to or prove you deserve it. Issa interrupts before you have a chance to respond. Xander, what you say next doesn't have to sound impressive. As long as it comes from your heart, who you really are. Pay no attention to those who would expect more of you than anyone should. We all know who you are and what you're going to do. We all know that you have the right heart to do what needs to be done. Isn't that right? And there's murmuring that kind of travels through the rest of the family at the table. Javier, one of Xander's grandfathers, kind of elbows Blackstar, who's sitting next to him.
Yes?
He's quite the winner.
Winner?
He's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. He's carrying it to the finish line, would you say?
Your grandson.
He's very strong.
He certainly puts his best foot forward.
Well, we need feet to carry the prize to the finish line.
Too true, good sir. Too true.
And you'll help him. I know you will. He
Sure,
wouldn't-
yeah.
He wouldn't have selected you otherwise to be his
So-
sidekick.
Absolutely. You are correct. I forgive you.
Still waiting for a response from Xander.
This is the last that I'm going to say on this, and I would like for us to have a nice meal, catch up, and just talk about what's been going on recently, whether it's you all asking me about what I've experienced or me asking you about what you've experienced. I know who I am. I know who I'm supposed to be. And I intend on filling those shoes. But as much as I'm Adavino, I am also De La Cruz. And my family name is part of me, but it is not all of who I am. And so I will fulfill this role, and I will step forward and put my best foot forward in doing so. But I will have the heart of the other side of my family. And I will do my best to protect the public and do what needs to be done in the best interest of this world, regardless of what happens to our family name. And I'll look at Sierra. And that's where I want to leave it tonight. I'm here to have a nice dinner with my family, catch up before I have to dive back into the stress of the Sagacious Circuit and adventuring, and I would like for it to remain as such, if you all will allow me. Is that clear?
All of the family at the table is eating their soup as a portion of their dinner, and just kind of looks up, including Tiago and Julieta, your grandparents, everyone, just kind of nods, like, you said it very well, and no one's going to contradict you, no one's going to interrupt you, or have anything to say in opposition. Maria, the little 7-year-old girl, looks up from her plate of soup and is taking her big slurp from her soup spoon, and she says, "Is Louise coming later? I saved the piece at his seat." And there's one empty seat at the entire table. It's next to Maria, who you did not choose to sit next to. There is a silence that passes across the entire table as everyone turns and looks towards Xander. And then Issa, noticing the awkward silence that's popped up in this moment, turns towards Maria. "Not tonight, my dear." Maria says, "I know. I saved it anyway." And then Tiago takes his cup and kind of sets it down from him drinking. "I wish he was here too, Maria. More than that, I wish he had remained with Xander as he promised." Your mother speaks up. "Louise left carrying a wound that none of us could have predicted. None of us could have seen what he was going to go through. He is allowed to feel what he feels and decide on his own what he wants to do next." Tiago speaks up. "I know. I can know that and still be disappointed." Renee speaks up. "A protector's duty," and then Gabriel overrides her, "is not a cure for grief." Carmen, the 16-year-old girl, speaks up. "Can we miss him without deciding which one of us is allowed to be hurt more?" And then Issa speaks up. "And can we not make Xander answer for him because he's the one who came home and not Louise?" Tiago kind of looks around the table and nods a little bit. Yes, we can." Tiago looks towards Xander. You owe us no defense of your brother tonight.
Then I will not do such, and should he choose to make a surprise arrival tonight, you can all lambast him with questions in the same way that you've done myself and my friends.
Okay. So you say nothing in response to the thoughts of hurt that some, or disappointment that some of the family have expressed. It's, you don't have to. I'm asking.
Well, I know what I said earlier, and so he will say, people are allowed to feel the way they feel about my brother, and you are not wrong in the way you feel. But he did not lead me astray. He did not abandon me. These are false pretenses. He made a choice that would make him sleep soundly at night, because I was making choices that would keep him from doing so.
Julietta speaks up. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, there's a lot that I've done and a lot that has happened that many of you don't have the full picture of. And so I would encourage you to approach him with arms wide open once he returns home.
Your mother speaks up and kind of looks towards your father, Tiago. You're allowed to love... Oh, I'm sorry, she's looking at you. You're allowed to love your brother and still be hurt by what he did. And then Issa speaks up. Those feelings don't cancel each other out. I know, because I have them too. And then your grandmother, Bianca, kind of begins to pick up one of the next dishes and serves it to the rest of the group that's here. Then we save this place, and we eat before the stew sends us all running for the bathroom. Sierra speaks up. Good thing we have 16 of them. And Issa said, and somehow there will still be a line. There is more conversation, a lot more conversation that I had planned, and I didn't expect us to go to where we are. So we're going to do this one last scene, and then we'll skip to other things. There's been a lot of the rest of you waiting for interaction, and I've not heard from as much from Darrow or Garen or anybody else in this moment. I know you're all just waiting for it to be.
You know what, Tim? Because I'm curious.
Uh-huh.
I know we want to get to this last scene, but I'm curious. Has anybody given Darrow any side eyes? Have people been like kind of eyeing him up?
They're so much more so involved with you and your return. Everyone like has seen Darrow and has looked at him. Tiago and Julietta are the only ones who are like watching what his interactions are. They're the only ones who know.
Sure.
Everyone else is like, this is just another one of Xander's friends that's here. They're more focused on Xander, for sure. Like if they like took the time to like focus and were told, "Hey, this is Darrow Lightbringer," they'd be like, "Oh my god!" and then it would be like a bigger thing. But that's not happened, and it's not going to happen because
Xander's trying to avoid it, so it's fine.
Right. At a later date, perhaps after the trial, maybe that's something that can happen. We can explore that.
Yeah.
And all that. Later in the meal, Xander's mother addresses Xander again. Tomorrow, the city will see the returning heir. Tonight, I need to tell you this while we are just family in this room, in this dining hall. Whatever form the coming trial takes, I will not use my position to spare you from it. Not because I doubt you, but because you have spent your entire life being told what you will become. What comes next must reveal what you choose to become. And then your grandmother, Renee, speaks up. Tradition brought him to this threshold, Julieta. Yes, mother, but tradition cannot cross it for him. And then your grandmother nods a bit. No, it cannot. And then your father speaks up. Whatever waits on the other side, this house remains, oracle or not. Issa speaks up. And so do I, looking directly at Xander. Even if all you need from me is a meal and an hour when nobody asks you to tell them their future. Sierra, your aunt, speaks up. Return with an answer, Xander. It doesn't need to be the one everyone else rehearsed for you to say when you come back. But do come back. It would be quite the disappointment if you don't. Maria, the 7-year-old girl, raises her hand. I have one more question. Everyone at the table turns and looks towards Maria as you're talking about the trial. She says, Are you staying for breakfast? Everyone goes silent at the table, and Issa looks towards you. That is what I've been trying to find out all evening. And as the silence continues, your father speaks up. There it is, the hardest question of the evening. Javier says, No trail to follow. Renee speaks up, and no vision should answer it. And your mother, only Xander. They all look to you.
It's moments like this where I wish I could accurately see the future. But
if you had gone and done the application for the trial, you would have a better answer right now. We haven't done that part yet. We'll do that after we finish here.
Sure.
You'll be told that at the first light of dawn, you were to come to the Hyperborean University.
Okay. I'm not sure that I'll be around for breakfast, but in a perfect world, I'll be back for dinner, and I'll look at Maria, and I'll be back for tomorrow problems, and we can get things sorted before I have to leave home again on some other extravagant, sagacious circuit style journey.
Maria kind of smiles towards you and takes the block that she had put in your place and kind of like readjusts it by like 1/8 of an inch, a little bit on in front of you. Great. Then the block that I placed for you is going to stay right where you're sitting, and you will sit there the next time you come back to this room for breakfast or for dinner or lunch, whatever it is. And then your grandmother speaks up, Bianca. Fine. He doesn't have to come back for breakfast, but I'm packing him food. And Issa speaks up. Pack enough for the others, too. If he's anything like he used to be, he'll forget he has this food unless one of them reminds him that he has it. And then she continues. She looks across the table at Xander and smiles and nods at him. And before everyone else claims your time, we still have our hour, our night together. Just you and me, no talk of oracles, no family meeting, no pressure, just us. And we have a lot to catch up on.
I think so too. Alright. I think I'm done with my meal, and I'll push my plate forward and stand up, stretch out a little bit. It's been a pleasure. I have some meetings to tend to, but this won't be the last. We'll all be speaking.
Okay.
And that's it. I'll go and I'll have my outing with Issa.
Okay. And it is a very pleasurable evening. Stars in the sky and some of the moon shining down on the lake, reflecting off of the snow, and the area around the mountain behind you kind of reflecting down into the city, and it gives you a feeling of home that night.
There's
I'm gonna
definitely some it's like gossip like almost, especially when I'm telling her about Darrow. It's definitely gossip like. It's a little bit of chisme. But yeah, it's the hour is spent basically filling her in on everything that's happened, but it's like it's like reality. I make it like a reality TV show. I'm like telling it like it's a gossip. So it's a fun time.
Okay. And it's a wonderful, relaxing evening for Xander. The following day, and I'm going to, I mean, if you want, I was going to skip your application for we just skip that. I had a whole dialogue with Headmaster Voltaire and all that. We'll skip all that. We'll say that you have applied the following morning. It is the butt crack of dawn, and you go to the Hyperborean University. I feel like we're jipping you of some of the RP that you would have gotten with here in Nix Ruinam, but you can always have more of it when you come back, and it'll be great. This last final thing, which is the ending of this session, which leads up to our live session. We will play out the rest of this last little cutscene that's here.
Oh, he's changing the music. Like you can see, he's scrolling through the library. He's looking for what he wants. He's looking for mysterious music to uncover a mystery to.
That's funny. Yeah, the whole you accepting the thing would make the latter part make a lot more sense, but it's fine. I don't think anybody's gonna care too much.
I accepted it. It's fine. We're in it.
You eventually, the next morning, are led down into the Threshold Hall, which is a small, pale stone wall chamber with a singular teleportation. Actually, I can't skip your application because there's information that you're given in it. I'm gonna basically read it to you. I apologize. Okay. You meet with Headmaster Voltaire as your application to do this trial. He meets with you in his office with a map of Novus inside of it, and he says, "Raiders of the Reclamation, the Equinox Athenium has entered your name among those who have completed its trial. That achievement grants me the ability to consider your petition to the Hyperborean University trial itself, but it does not guarantee that your petition will be accepted. Before I send anyone into danger, I ask a question. Why must you continue the sagacious circuit?" And so then you respond with whatever you're going to respond with. And then do you want to respond to that? You want to take a second to respond?
I was
Sure.
gonna say, because it ensures that the best possible version of myself will be there when the fate of the world is at stake.
There are no approved answers to that question. There are only examined reasons and unexamined ones. The latter have killed a remarkable number of scholars. This is Hyperborean's trial lies within the ruins of Zatara. No two reliable accounts agree upon what awaits within them. Passages change, discoveries vanish, and expeditions sometimes return with memories that contradict one another. The university can guarantee you arrival to the ruins of Zatera, nothing more. You will be required to provide to us the knowledge you gained from this trial in written form, and you will be required to retrieve one item, a soul gem. Only then can this trial be considered complete. If you do not know what a soul gem is or how to find one, this will be part of your trial. If you already know what one is or how to find it, then you already know the danger that awaits you. Knowing this, do you still request admission to the second trial?
Yes.
Then your petition is accepted. At the first light of dawn, you will present yourselves within the threshold hall. Bring whatever you believe that you will need, and settle anything you would regret leaving unfinished. This would have happened before the dinner.
Sure.
This would have given you plenty of time to go through the shops and purchase whatever you felt was necessary with the funds at your disposal, whether it be another midnight drought, more health potions, whatever was necessary. He is telling you that this is a very dangerous and very bad place that you were going, and you were informed that the trial takes place within the ruins of Zatera, and that you were given a one-way teleportation to that location. Then, moving on to the following day, as you descend into the Threshold Hall itself, Maria, the Rectora, who you met when you first arrived in Nix Ruinam, says, "Raiders of the Reclamation, petitioners for this now, your second trial of the Sagacious Circuit, step forward and speak your names." You're in a small stone white chamber with a teleportation circle and a slightly raised platform and a dais with a podium that's on it on the other side. There are a number of scholars that are of the Council of Nix Ruinam that are within this chamber, and they are with you as you are giving of your names. Do all of you give your names to them? This is similar to providing
Yes.
providing your blood for the dimensional library, but this is just your names.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
The your names are written into a book that is on the pedestal, and all of them begin to glow green slightly as the headmaster, Voltaire, kind of places his hand on it, and there's a light that comes from them. And a couple of the sigils on the teleportation circle in this raised platform kind of light up slightly as you all say your names. You all step up onto this circle. Voltaire kind of steps forward. Titles describe what the world has already decided about you. Your names describe those who must now decide for themselves. Do you enter this trial freely? He kind of like turns and faces the entire group. And in unison, you all
Yep.
answer,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
will you seek knowledge fervently, even when this knowledge contradicts what you already think you know?
Yes.
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 Mm-hmm.
Should knowledge place a dire choice before you, and he emphasizes the word dire, should knowledge place a dire choice before you, will you weigh its cost before exercising the power of said knowledge?
Yes.
Yes.
Then a good man would.
Yes.
Very good,
Places-
man.
Places his hand on the book, and all the light, the green light in the book begins to shine and runs down the outside of the pedestal onto the teleportation circle that you were all currently standing on. Let the record show that they enter by their own will, seeking understanding rather than conquest. Ilis Narian tested whether you could recognize truth. Nix Ruinam will test whether you understand how to gather knowledge and what you will ultimately do with what you find. You are not being sent to conquer Zetera. You are being sent to learn from it. If you return bearing treasure but no understanding, you have failed. If you return bearing an answer but cannot name the cost, you have failed. If you return changed, and you will return changed, that is not a failure, but a boon. The teleportation circle beneath you ignites as your mother walks into the chamber, who had not been there previously, as she is there to see you off. A tear, single tear running down the side of her face. She holds a tome, a journal, in her hands. And she reaches out to you as the white light of the teleportation circle begins to take effect. I thought about whether or not to give this to you. This will help you. You're muted, Jason.
Huh? No, I'm not.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Oh, your mic just wasn't picking you up.
I said I'll reach out and I'll grab it.
Grab onto the book.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
As the light begins to fill the space and you take the book from her, you hear Voltaire's words kind of echoing in your mind as your mother kind of steps back and kind of her eyes go to the floor slightly, and then she can't help but raise her eyes back and look up at you, knowing. You see the look in her eyes. She knows what you're going to. What you're going towards. What you're going to experience. She's seen it. And she knows. And she looks up at you and you just see that tear coming down the side of her face. And the voice of Voltaire says, "By my authority as headmaster of the Hyperborean University and leader of the Sagacious Circuit, your trial begins. Raiders of the Reclamation, may the cold bite of darkness not overcome you. May you seek that which is hard to find, and may what you find not be so dark that you can never see the light again." And he pulls his hand down, and everything goes white around you. And Xander, the book that you were holding in your hand, there's a jostling effect as everything about you and the entire group, Garen, you feel your feet lift off of the teleportation platform. Oh my goodness. Blackstar, you feel the fire on your head go out. Gone.
He's bald.
And Darrow, you feel the bow strung across your shoulder become dislodged for a moment as you try to regain yourself. Clovis, you're just thrown 10 feet in the air. Razir, Razir, you begin to lose your hat as you reach up into the air like a foot and a half above where your head is and grab onto it to try to pull it back down. And all of you are dislodged from your position, and the world goes completely white. And there is but a singular sound. Xander, the book you were holding in your hand, dislodged, floats up above you for a moment as a cold, biting wind washes over you. And the book goes plummeting to the ground and out of your sight, and your vision goes blank. And that is where we're going to go ahead and call tonight's session.